Preface of the Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. The Elements of Ornithology by William Ruschenberger. Preface. The following primer, a first book of ornithology, has been called Third Book of Natural History because it is the third of the series and, like its predecessors, is only designed to initiate those who wish to study this very interesting branch of natural history. It presents a general and almost synoptical view of the subject, and will be found, I hope, to facilitate the studies of those who may wish to learn. It merely points the way to most extended knowledge, the acquisition of which must always depend more on the inclination and industry of the student than upon the facilities he may possess. The homely comparison of the horse lead to the stream may be referred to as illustrative of the necessity for the process of zeal and industry in order to acquire knowledge. The mere possession of the very best books will be of no use, will impart no information, unless they are referred to, read, or studied. Teachers who are so disposed will find in these pages ample opportunities of pointing out to those they instruct the beautiful adaptation of organization of every living thing to the mode of life it is designed to observe, the kind of food upon which it was preordered it should live, to point out or even allude to this universal adaptation of everything in nature to the purposes for which it was designed by the beneficent Creator, would have carried us beyond far our limits and injured our design of presenting, in a very short space, as many facts as possible, without obscuring the view of the division, arrangement, or classification, a knowledge of which it is the great object of these little books to teach. Yet this can be advantageously done verbally, by every teacher, and his pupils would soon learn that once becoming acquainted with the general anatomy and physiology of an animal, whether it walked upon the dry land, float through the air, or seek the ocean depths, its mode of life and general habits are immediately discovered. This fact will become more clearly manifest as we proceed in the series, and in the end, the student will comprehend how geologists are able to deduce not only the habits of the animal, but also the form of the animal itself, by the examination of only a few of its bones. Although the works of Edwards and Comte are the chief sources from which the materials of these primers have been derived, others have been freely used, and the classification and arrangement of the great Cuvier have been strictly adhered to, with a view of assisting the student in understanding and remembering the systematic names. The etymologies have been added in the glossary, and inasmuch as all persons who are desirous of studying natural history are not acquainted with Latin and Greek languages, the words from the latter have been given in italics, in preference to using the proper Greek characters, and the omega, where it occurs, has been designated thus. It is not designed that the questions at the foot of the page shall be answered by repeating the text from memory. The pupil should be able to give the facts in his own language, and show he understands the subject. The plates were engraved by Mr. G. Thomas, No. 37, South 3rd Street, Philadelphia. Philadelphia, April 15, 1842. End of preface. Recording by April Gonzalez in Cavite, Philippines.
Lesson number 1. The Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert J. Eckrich. The Elements of Ornithology by William Ruschenberger. Lesson 1. The class of birds comprises all vertebrate animals that are best organized for flying. They are readily distinguished by the general form of the body and by the feathers with which they are covered. But the most important characters possessed by them consist in the structure of their internal organs and the manner in which their various functions are performed. In fact, they are oviparous vertebrata, in which the circulation is double and complete. The heart has 4 cavities. The blood is warm, and the respiration is aerial and double. To distinguish them from other vertebrate animals, it is only necessary to say that they have a complete circulation and a double aerial respiration, or simply to remember that they are the only oviparous vertebrata having warm blood. The general form of birds varies very little, and is in relation to the mode of locomotion which is peculiar to them. They rarely attain a very large size, and their abdominal or posterior extremities are especially designed for standing and walking, while the thoracic or anterior extremities never serve them for walking, nor for prehension, nor for touch, but they form a sort of broad oars named wings, which, by striking the air, sustain and cause the animal to move in it. The skeleton, which determines the general form of the body, and which is, at the same time, one of the most important parts of the apparatus of motion, is composed of nearly the same bones as that of the mammalia, but their form and disposition vary. The head is small, the bones of the cranium are soldered together at an early period of life, and the face is formed almost entirely by the jaws, which are very much elongated and constitute a beak. The superior mandible or jaw is articulated with the cranium in such a manner as to allow some mobility, and the lower mandible, in place of being articulated directly with the cranium, as is the case in mammalia, is suspended from a movable bone, called the square or tympanic bone, which is articulated with the petrous bone. This mode of articulation of the lower jaw is met with also in other oviparous vertebrate animals, that is, in fishes and reptiles. These mandibles are composed of many pieces, and are enveloped in a horny substance which takes the place of teeth. The articulation of the head with the vertebral column is more movable than it is in mammals, and is effected through the means of a single rounded eminence called condyle, while in the mammalia there are always 2 of these condyles. This arrangement enables the bird to direct his face entirely and completely backwards. The neck of birds is also very movable, and as these animals generally take their food from the ground with their beak, the length of this part of their body is necessarily in proportion to the height at which they are placed on their legs. This is indeed almost always observed. The number of cervical vertebrae vary much. Most generally there are 12 or 15, but sometimes we find a much larger number, and at others not so many. The swan has 23, and the sparrow only 9. These bones are always very movable on each other, and from the disposition of their articular surfaces the neck may be bent like the letter S, and consequently be elongated or shortened accordingly as the curves are diminished or increased. The bony frame of the trunk is very solid. In birds that fly, and with the exception of very few, they all possess this difficulty, the vertebrae of the back, which necessarily support the ribs and consequently afford a point of support for the wings, are entirely immovable, and are frequently ankylosed, that is, soldered together. The lumbar and sacral vertebrae are all united into one bone, having the same uses as the sacrum in the mammalia. Finally, the coccygean vertebrae are small and movable. The last one, which sustains the large tail feathers, is ordinarily larger than the others and marked by a projecting spine or crest. The ribs of birds also possess some peculiarities of structure which tend to increase the strength of the thorax. But the most remarkable part of the bony frame of this division of the body is the sternum, which, affording points of origin for the chief muscles of flight, becomes very much developed, and constitutes a broad shield or breastplate, which extends far back over the abdomen, and almost always presents a sort of very prominent and longitudinal crest or keel, called brisket. It is remarked that this shield is most developed and most completely ossified in those birds that fly best. The bones of the shoulders are disposed in a manner most favorable for the power of the wings. They are 3 in number, namely, a scapula, a clavicle, and a coracoid bone, The scapula is much elongated. The clavicle is ankylosed with that part of the opposite side so as to form a bone resembling in shape the letter V, the point of which rests against the sternum. The coracoid bone, or posterior clavicle, is a sort of second clavicle, which, in the mammalia, is rudimentary and confounded with the scapula, but here becomes very strong, constituting a buttress placed between the articulation of the shoulder and the sternum. These double clavicles maintain the shoulders apart in spite of the violent force applied in a contrary direction by the exercise of the wings, which is greater the stronger the flight. The wing of the bird corresponds to the anterior extremity of mammals, and is also composed of three principal parts, namely the arm, the forearm, and the hand. The arm consists of a humerus, which is not particularly remarkable. The forearm, which consists of a radius and an ulna, corresponds in its length with the strength of the flight of the bird, and the hand is reduced to a sort of stump, which serves for the insertion of the large feathers of the wing. There is distinguished a range of carpal bones, a bone in the form of a style which represents the thumb, a single metacarpal bone which sustains a finger with two phalanges, and the vestiges of a third finger, which is represented by a small styloid bone. The lower extremities of birds are designed solely for support and for walking. Sometimes they become the organs of natation, and there are some of these animals that employ them for the prehension of ailment. The bones of the haunches are strongly developed. They are attached to the neighboring part of the vertebral column so as to form with it a single piece, and the bony belt which results from this assemblage, and which is called the pelvis, remains almost always incomplete in the front. The femur is short and directed forward. The tibia is strong, and the fibula is reduced to a mere bony style. The tarsus and metatarsus are represented by a single bone, the length of which determines the height of the bird on its legs. The number of toes varies from 4 to 2. Almost always there are 3 directed forward and 1 directed backwards. The number of phalanges ordinarily increases from 2 to 5, from the hind toe or thumb to the 4th toe. We therefore count 2 phalanges for the thumb or great toe, 3 for the internal toe, 4 for the middle toe, and 5 for the external. In swimming birds, the toes are palmate, that is, united by membranes sufficiently broad to allow them to separate from each other and, when spread, to form a sort of paddle. In those that climb best, 2 toes are directed forward and 2 backwards. And in those that wade in rivers, marshes, etc., in search of fishes or worms, the tarsi are so long that the animal seems to be mounted on stilts. In all these animals there is a peculiar mechanism, by means of which, when they are perched on a branch, the weight of the body tends to flex their toes, and consequently to make them closely embrace the object in their grasp, an arrangement which permits them to repose in the standing position without any risk of falling while asleep. The feathers with which the body of birds is covered serve to protect them against cold and damp, and they are also powerful means of locomotion. They are composed of a horny stalk, hollow at the base, and armed with beards, which themselves have still smaller beards upon them. They are formed by secreting organs which are analogous in their nature to those which produce the hairs in mammalia. The secreting organ destined to form a feather is called a capsule, and often acquires considerable length. According to the observations of M.F. Cuvier, it would appear that the capsule grows during the whole period occupied in the development of the feather, and that in proportion as its base elongates, its extremity dies and becomes dry the moment it has formed the corresponding portion of this appendix. Each of these little apparatuses is composed of a cylindrical sheath lined internally by 2 coats or tunics, united by oblique partitions and a central bulb. The substance of the feather is deposited on the bulb, and to form the beards is molded in some way in the spaces that the little partitions we have just mentioned leave between them. In the portion corresponding to the stalk, the bulb is in relation with the internal surface of the stalk, and, After having there deposited a spongy substance, it dries and perishes. But at the part where the stalk or trunk of the feather is tubular, the lamina of horny matter which this secreting organ deposits is shaped or molded around itself, and is completely enveloped in it. Nevertheless, the bulb, after it has discharged its functions, dries and forms, in perishing, a series of membranous cones, lodged one in the other like a nest of boxes, which fill the interior of the tube, and are called the soul of the feather or quill. The new feather is at first enclosed in the sheath of its capsule, which frequently projects several inches beyond the skin, and is gradually destroyed. The feather then appears naked, and its beards display themselves laterally. The extremity of its tube remains bedded in the skin, but is generally detached without difficulty, and at certain period falls to give place to a new feather. This renewing of feathers, which is called molting, occurs in general every year after the season of laying, and sometimes it takes place twice a year, in the spring and the autumn. It happens earlier in the old than in the young, and is a period of indisposition during which the bird usually loses its voice. The form of these tegumentary appendages varies much. Some are destitute of beards, and resemble the spines of the porcupine. Others have stiff beards, which are armed with smaller beards, which hook into each other, so as to form a great tissue or coat, which the air does not penetrate. Others again have the beards and smaller beards, barbs and barbules, long, flexible, and not hooked into each other, which renders them extremely soft and light. And there are some which resemble simple down. Their colors are infinitely varied, and often surpass the most beautiful flowers or the most brilliant gems in beauty and splendor. Generally, the plumage of the female is not so rich as that of the male, and it is rare for the young bird to be clothed in the same colors that it will wear all its life. They often change 2 or 3 years afterwards, and sometimes the adult wears a plumage in the spring altogether different from that of winter. The large, stiff feathers that grow on the anterior extremities of birds, which are called wing feathers or pinion feathers, expand these organs very considerably without increasing their weight, and convert them into powerful oars destined to cleave the air and strike against it with so much force and frequency that the shock thus produced impels the body of the animal in a contrary direction. The ability of the bird to sustain itself in the air and move with rapidity is in proportion to the expanse of the wings. The feathers that contribute most to the extent of the wings, and that are most useful in flight, are those which are attached to the hand, and, consequently, most distant from the body. They are always 10 in number, and are called primary remiges. The feathers of the forearm are called secondary remiges. The scapulary, which are the least in strength, are attached to the humerus. The buzzard feathers are those that grow from the thumb, and the coverus, those feathers which cover the base of the remiges. Every time a bird wishes to strike the air, he first raises the humerus with the wing still folded. Next, he expands the wing, extending the forearm and hand, and then suddenly depresses it. The air which resists this movement now affords him a point of support, upon which he rises. He launches himself forward like a projectile, and the moment an impulse is given to his body, he folds the wing to diminish as much as possible the new resistance which the ambient air opposes his course. This resistance, and the attraction of gravitation, which tends to cause all bodies to fall towards the center of the earth, gradually diminish the swiftness the bird has acquired by his blow or stroke upon the air, and if he has made no new movement, he must soon descend. But if before losing the swiftness acquired by the first blow of the wing he gives a second, he will add a new impulse to that which he has already, and gain an accelerated movement. Such is, in fact, the mechanism of flight. While the bird is thus suspended in the air, the whole weight of his body is supported by his wings, and to enable him to preserve his equilibrium in this position, the center of gravity must be placed very nearly beneath the shoulders and as low as possible. It is for this reason that, while flying, he generally carries his head in advance by stretching out the neck, and that the body, instead of being elongated like that of mammals, is always gathered up and oval. In this necessity for lowering as much as possible this center of gravity, we also find the reason for a peculiarity of structure which at first sight appears singular. The principle of elevating muscles of the wings, instead of being placed upon the back, as is ordinarily the case in other animals, are found upon the chest with the depressors, and they produce an effect opposite to the latter, because their tendons pass over a sort of pulley before reaching the humerus. This arrangement is injurious to their action, but it has the advantage of accumulating at the most depending part of the thorax all the most weighty organs of the body, and, consequently, lowering thus far the center of gravity. It is evident that the resistance of the air is in proportion to the mass of this fluid, struck at one time by the wings, and, consequently, that the greater the surface of the wings, all things being equal, the greater will be the swiftness acquired by depressing these oars. Hence, it follows that birds with long wings are not only able to fly with greater rapidity than birds with short wings, but they are also able to support themselves for a longer time in the air, because they are not obliged to repeat the movements of these organs so frequently, and therefore do not become so readily fatigued. And, in fact, all birds remarkable for rapid and long sustained flight have large wings, while those that have short or moderate wings, compared with the volume of their body, fly less swiftly and require rest more frequently. To rise vertically, it is necessary that the wings of the bird should be entirely horizontal, but this is not ordinarily the case. In general, they are inclined from front to rear, so as to impart to the animal an obliquely ascending movement. Sometimes even this inclination is such that, to mount nearly vertically into the atmosphere, the bird is obliged to fly against the wind. The length of the remiges influences the facility with which he can rise in a calm air. Birds that have the anterior remiges longest, and most resisting at their extremity, fly more obliquely than those in which the wings are truncated at the end. The feathers of the tail also assist in flight, but in a different way. The bird makes use of them as a rudder to direct its course. The number of the feathers which perform this office is ordinarily 12, and they are called retices, and the name of coverts of the tail is given to those feathers which cover their base. We have seen that during flight the center of gravity of the bird should be near the shoulders. In order that he may preserve his balance on his legs, which are placed near the posterior part of his trunk, these organs must be flexed considerably forward, and the toes must be sufficiently long to be in advance of the point where the vertical line should fall that passes through the center of gravity, or the center of gravity must be carried behind so as to be above the base of support. This explains the utility of the great flexion of the thigh and the obliquity of the tarsus on the leg. When the foot is large and the neck can be bent so as to carry the head behind, the equilibrium is thus established without the body being thrown much out of the horizontal position. But when the neck is short and the toes of moderate length, the animal is obliged, while standing or walking, to assume an almost vertical position. It is for the purpose of more easily preserving their equilibrium that birds generally place their heads under their wing while they sleep perched on one leg. In most of these animals, this position is rendered singularly commodious by a peculiarity in the structure of the knee. In man and most mammals, the extremities bend under the weight of the leg the moment their extensor muscles cease to contract. And it is continued contraction of these organs that renders standing so fatiguing. But in the stork and other birds with long legs, it is otherwise. The lower extremity of the femur has a hollow or excavation, which, during the extension of the limb, receives a projection of the tibia, which cannot escape from it without a muscular effort. The leg, once in position, it remains extended without the animal having any necessity to contract his muscles, and without his experiencing any fatigue. The sense of touch in birds is necessarily dull, on account of the nature of their integuments. The sense of taste also appears to be obtuse in most of these animals, and in fact their tongue is almost always hard and horny. In general, the same is true in respect to the sense of smell. Sometimes, however, this sense appears to be very delicate, for we observe that birds of prey direct themselves by odor alone to carrion, placed at too great a distance for them to perceive it, notwithstanding the great perfection of their sight. Generally, this last sense is more developed in birds than in all other animals. There is found at the back part of the eye a plated membrane, called pectin or marsupium, which projects from the retina toward the crystalline lens, and seems to be of a nervous nature. It is also remarked that the anterior face of the ball of the eye is strengthened by a circle of bony pieces lodged in the thickness of the sclerotica, and besides the two ordinary eyelids, there is always at the external angle of the eye a third, named membrana nictitans, wrinkling membrane, which may be drawn over the front of this organ like a curtain. Birds have not, like most mammals, an external ear. Nocturnal birds only have a large external concha or pavilion, but it is not projecting, and the opening of the ear is generally concealed by feathers with fringed beards. The brain is less developed in birds than in most mammals, and differs from that of the latter in some important particulars, which we cannot enumerate at this time. Finally, to conclude with the functions of relation, we will add that in birds the voice is chiefly formed in the inferior larynx, which is situated at the extremity of the trachea, where it bifurcates to form the bronchia. In the singing birds, this organ is very complicated in its structure. We observe elastic membranes stretched in the interior and a great number of muscles designed to move the solid pieces that compose it, but in those birds that do not modulate sounds, its structure is much more simple. The organs destined to perform the various functions of nutrition are nearly the same as those in the mammalia. The apparatus of digestion in the class of birds presents the greatest uniformity of structure. The most remarkable part of it is the existence of 3 stomachs. Teeth are never found in these animals. Their aliments, which are taken hold of by the beak, are generally swallowed without being divided, and do not sojourn or pass in the mouth, as is the case in mammals. They have no veil of the palate, velum palati, to close this cavity behind during mastication. The form of the beak varies much, and is always in relation to the nature of the food made use of by the bird. For this reason it affords excellent marks or characters for the classification of these animals. Sometimes the upper mandible is hooked and fitted for tearing flesh. At others the beak is short, straight, and stout, suited to breaking grains. At other times again it is wide and very open, to enable the bird to seize easily in its flight those insects upon which it is destined to feed. The tongue is slightly fleshy, and covered with horny papillae which serve to retain the food after it has entered the mouth. The os hyoides, or hyoid bone, which supports this organ, is very much elongated and terminates in 2 long delicate horns which curve around the posterior and superior part of the head, their length depending on the extensibility of the tongue. The salivary glands are less numerous than in the mammalia. They are placed beneath the tongue and are formed of small round grains or granules. Generally, the saliva is thick and viscid. The esophagus descends along the neck and generally presents at its inferior part a considerable dilatation called the crop of Ingulves. This pouch constitutes a first stomach which projects above the clavicles. It is very large in granivorous birds and is met with in the rhapses or birds of prey, but it is wanting in the ostrich and in most piscivorous birds, and particularly in those of the order of Galatgriae. Below the crop, the esophagus becomes narrow and enters the thorax. Soon after entering the thorax, it again dilates to form the second stomach, called the proventriculus or bulbus granulosus. This cavity is remarkable for the great number of follicules which are lodged in the thickness of the parietes, and which secrete an acid liquid, the gastric juice, designed to effect digestion. This ventricle is much larger and more numerously supplied with glands in those birds that have no crop than in those that are provided with it. Internally, it opens into a third stomach, the gizzards, which is of globular form and which varies in structure according to the diet or food of these animals. In granivorous birds, its muscular parietes are very thick and strong, and it is lined inside by a kind of thick, hard epidermis which resembles horn. In diurnal birds of prey, on the contrary, it is very thin, and in some aquatic birds, such as herons and pelicans, it forms but a single sac with the second stomach. The intestines of birds are not so long generally as those of the mammalia. In most of these animals they are only 2 or 3 times the length of the body. The intestinal canal is divided into 2 portions, namely, the small and large intestine, and near the anus it has 2 appendices terminating in cul-de-sacs called cecums. The small intestine communicates with the gizzard by the opening of the pylorus, which is situated very near the cardia and is without valves. The bile is poured into this intestine by 2 ducts, which alternate with 2 or 3 canals through which passes the pancreatic juice. The secreting organ of the bile, the liver, is generally more voluminous than in mammals, and is divided into 2 nearly equal lobes. The gallbladder is ordinarily large, but in some birds, such as the parrot, it is entirely wanting. The pancreas are also large, and are found in the first fold formed by the intestine. The cecums vary in length. In the granivorous and omnivorous birds they are generally thick and long. They are wanting in most of the diurnal birds of prey, but in the nocturnal birds of prey they are, on the contrary, very large. The large intestine is very short, and terminates in a dilatation called the cloaca, which receives the urine as well as the eggs. The chyle, derived from the digestion of food, is absorbed by the chyliferous vessels, which unite with the lymphatic vessels of the extremities to form 2 thoracic ducts, which mount in front of the vertebral column and empty into the jugular veins near the heart. The blood of birds does not contain circular globules like that of mammals, but oval globules like those contained in the blood of reptiles and fishes. These solid particles are more abundant in birds than in other vertebrate animals, and the temperature of this liquid is higher than in the mammalia, which are nevertheless warm-blooded animals. The circulation is carried on in the same manner as in the mammalia. It is double and complete, that is, before reaching the point from which it departed, the blood passes through 2 systems of capillary vessels, and all the venous blood is changed into arterial blood. The heart has 4 cavities, namely, 1 ventricle and 1 auricle placed on the left, and the same on the right side. The blood is forced by the left ventricle into the aorta, which distributes it to the capillary vessels of all parts of the body. This liquid then returns to the heart through the veins and enters the right auricle, which forces it into the right ventricle, which is situated beneath it. This last cavity, by contracting, sends the blood to the lungs through the pulmonary artery. From the pulmonary artery, the blood passes into the capillary vessels of the lungs, where it is changed into arterial blood. Then it enters the pulmonary veins, and passing through them, reaches the left auricle. Finally, the left auricle pours it into the left ventricle, whence we have just seen it go forth to be distributed to all the organs. Birds are distinguished from all other vertebrate animals by their mode of respiration, which is aerial as it is in the mammalia and reptiles, and it takes place not only in the lungs, but in the substance of all the other organs. In the mammalia and in the reptiles, the bronchi terminate in little cells, which end in a cul-de-sac, and the air that enters the lungs cannot pass beyond them, while in birds, the bronchi and pulmonary cells communicate with the great cavities, and this liquid, in this manner, penetrates to all parts of the body, even into the interior of the bones and feathers. These cavities, by means of which the air is distributed to the different parts of the body, are formed of very thin laminae of cellular tissue, and are designated under the name of aerial pouches. Consequently, the blood comes in contact with the air in passing through the capillary vessels of all the organs, as well as in passing through the capillary vessels of the lungs, and we might say that the respiration of these animals, as well as their circulation, is double. A bird consumes proportionably more air than any other mammal, and perishes more rapidly when its respiration is interrupted. The cavity of the thorax, which contains the heart and lungs, is not separated from the abdomen by a complete muscular partition as in the mammalia. The diaphragm is rudimentary, and only occupies the sides of the body. But the lungs are adherent to the ribs, so that they are forced to dilate when these bones separate from each other. Therefore, the movements of inspiration and expiration are performed nearly in the same manner as in the mammalia. End of Lesson 1. Recording by Robert J. Eckrich, Germantown, Maryland, USA.
Lesson 2 of the Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elements of Ornithology by William RUSCHENBERGER. Lesson 2. Eggs, Incubation, Nests, Migration, Classification. Habits of Birds. Birds, like reptiles, fishes, and most of the invertebrate animals, that is, without vertebrae, are oviparous, that is, they lay eggs from which their young are hatched. The egg is first formed in an organ named ovary, and descends from it through a long tube called oviduct. It consists at first of a membranous sac filled with yellow matter, and is not surrounded with the white till it reaches the oviduct, where it receives a more solid envelope which becomes encrusted with a calcareous matter that constitutes the shell. Upon the membrane of the yolk, or yellow matter, we perceive a whitish point, which, in the course of its development, becomes the young animal, for the nourishment or protection of which all the other parts of the egg are destined. In order that the young bird may be developed in the interior of the egg, it must be maintained at a certain degree of heat. In very warm countries, the heat of the sun is sometimes sufficient to bring about this phenomenon, and there certain birds abandon their eggs; but in most cases it is altogether different, and both parents or the mother alone maintain the necessary heat by sitting on them. The duration of incubation, or the time required by the young bird to become developed in the interior of the egg, varies in different species, but it is the same in all birds of the same species. It is from 40 to 45 days for swans, 25 days for ducks, 21 days for hens, from 12 to 15 days for domesticated canary birds, and only 12 days for the humming bird. Almost all birds construct a nest to receive their eggs and to serve as a dwelling for their young, which, during the early period of life, are unprovided with feathers, extremely delicate, and incapable of moving and of feeding themselves. Generally there is displayed in these structures an art, an adroitness, and an elegance which excite our admiration; and one thing not less surprising is the regularity with which all the successive generations perform the same tasks and build nests exactly alike, even under circumstances which prevent these animals from seeing and taking lessons from their parents. A wonderful instinct guides them, and induces them to take many precautions, all the utility of which they cannot anticipate or appreciate beforehand. The form, arrangement, and placing of the nest vary for almost every species of bird. That which is constructed by the largest birds of prey rests upon a flat surface afforded by some part of a rock, or on the platform of some tall tower. Its extent is very considerable, and every year contributes to its increase, for it is rare for these birds to abandon their first monument of maternal tenderness. Those that leave it return periodically to lay their eggs. This nest is frequently composed of such stout pieces of wood that one would scarcely believe they could be carried by a bird if he were not aware of the extraordinary strength of their muscles. They are so arranged as not to yield readily to the force of the wind, and they support boughs which are bound to each other by the remains of food and of excrement, forming a solid habitation bearing the name of eyrie. Those species that, in the construction of their nests, only employ rushes and reeds, accumulate them in such quantities, and fix them so firmly to the platform, that rains or storms seldom cause their destruction. Most birds build their nests in the bifurcation of the branches of trees. In this case, bits of straw and small pieces of wood, carried in the beak, tied and interlaced by means of this organ, and the aid of the foot, constitute the external frame, which supports the moss and down that form the bed. Some species have the habit of suspending their nest, which is wrought in a still more artist-like manner, to the extremity of a flexible twig, so that, in obedience to every impulse of the winds, this cradle and the sitting bird that inhabits it experience an almost continued rocking. Certain nests present, in their structure, a perfect masonry made of little sticks, gravel, or small leaves impregnated with mortar, formed of earth softened with the salivary humour of the bird, or simply mixed with it. How much toil and how frequent must be the goings and comings for the completion of this work! And, when we remember that the bird has, for the execution of its task, but a single instrument, which also serves for the transportation of the materials, we cannot withhold the admiration which is so justly merited. The form of these mortar-built nests is ordinarily either spherical, conical, or elliptical. They are established in the angles of windows, of chimneys, of walls, and often on the tables of sheltered rocks. They are either isolated, or placed one against the other. The entrance is made either on the top, or in one side, and sometimes in the lower part. Frequently we find in these structures several compartments. Sometimes a sort of vestibule is separated from the true nest by a partition, and it is into this apartment that the male retires, after he has carried the necessary food to his sitting female companion. There are also birds that build their nest upon the ground, and in order to guard against their being submerged by heavy rains, elevate them on hillocks of earth. These nests are constructed with less care. We here find only an abundance of down, sustained by flexible twigs, suitably interlaced. Finally, some birds are content to form an excavation in the earth or sand, in which they deposit their eggs, which for the most part they assiduously sit upon, but which they sometimes abandon during the day to the heat of the sun. Nevertheless, in this latter case, their solicitude induces them to cover their eggs with a light layer of sand or other matter, either to hide them from animals that seek them for food, or to protect them from the too great intensity of the sun's rays. The constancy of birds in sitting on their eggs is admirable. Sometimes both parents divide this care between them. At other times the male only watches the nest and brings food to the female, while she remains sitting on the eggs; and in other species again, the female alone is charged with the incubation. Generally, the mother only leaves her nest for a few moments when pressed by hunger, and then seemingly with regret; and in most cases, after her young have appeared, she bestows upon them, and for a long time after their birth, the most tender care and attention. She covers them with her wings to protect them from the cold, brings them choice food, which she often half digests, and then disgorges into their throat, to render it better suited to their tender stomach. She guides their first steps, teaches them to use their wings, and when threatened by danger, displays as much courage as devotion in their protection. In this particular, it is very interesting to study the habits of birds; but this is not the most remarkable point in their history. The most singular phenomenon in the lives of birds is unquestionably the habit which certain species have of making at appointed periods of the year long journeys, and changing their climate according to the seasons. Birds that feed on insects early leave temperate climates to go towards the south, where they find in the winter a more abundant supply of food; Other birds change their country to seek a place more propitious for their young, and go sometimes to the north and sometimes to the south to lay their eggs. In others again this migration is not determined by any appreciable cause. Some migratory birds perform their journeys through the air alone, or only accompanied by their females; but the number is small comparatively to those that travel in company. We admire in the latter the instinct which induces them to assemble at a certain place 10 or 12 days previous to the time of departure, which is ordinarily an indication of a change of weather; for it is remarked that birds feel the influences sufficiently early to derive prognostics of the change of temperature from their deportment and certain habits. During the whole journey the most perfect order prevails throughout the whole troop. To be convinced of this fact we have only to observe the flight of some large species, such as geese. The conducting of the troop is confided to a chief placed at the head of 2 files, more or less separated from each other, which meet at a point. The chief is the summit or point of this moving angle, and opposes the first resistance of the air, clears the way, and the whole band follows him, observing the most perfect order. As the efforts of the chief are very violent, and as he cannot support them during the whole voyage, he is perceived, when overcome by fatigue, to yield his post to his next neighbour, and fall into the ranks at the extremity of one or other of the files. The period of these great migrations is fixed by nature for each species of migratory birds, and it is remarked they follow the same route every year. Hence, in certain districts, the fowlers or bird catchers count upon their passage as upon a revenue of rent that falls due every quarter, and calculate in advance the period and the chances. Armed with their nets and all the apparatus of the chase, they station themselves in the gorges and valleys over which the flocks pass, and reach their several points a few minutes before their arrival. These bands or flocks are sometimes so numerous, and the individuals composing them are so close together, that they might be readily mistaken for dense clouds. Certain birds always lead an erratic life, and seem to have no country. These are the most powerful on the wing. Many seem not to be impeded by the strongest wind, and appear to delight in the midst of storms. They form a striking contrast with a small number of species, less favoured by nature, which, deprived of the organs of flight, and possessing a slow and embarrassed gait, are condemned never to leave the rock on which they were born. These birds exercise their patience in awaiting for prey that is brought to them by the rolling in of the waves, and it is only when it escapes them, and they become hard pressed, that they venture into shallow depths in pursuit of it. Birds also differ very much from each other in their diet or food. Some seek living prey only, and feed exclusively on the produce of their hunting or fishing. Sometimes they catch other birds of prey and force them to disgorge the food which they were about to eat. There are others which, with appetites not less carneous, but wanting in the strong arms and courage of the first, only prey upon dead bodies. Others live exclusively on worms or insects, and others, again, eat nothing but grains. Of the classification of birds. Birds differ much less from each other than the different mammals. Except some modification in the plumage, in the general form of the body, in the disposition of the beak, and in the conformation of the feet, they resemble each other very much. Hence, it is very difficult to subdivide the class which they form. The number of species of birds known by naturalists is about 5,000. Their classification, like that of mammals, is founded chiefly upon the modifications that are remarked in the organs of mastication and prehension, or of locomotion, that is, the beak and feet. According to these characters they are divided into 6 orders, namely, Rapaces, or birds of prey, Passerinae, or migratory birds, Scansoriae, or climbing birds, Gallinaceae, Grallatoriae, or waders, and Palmipades, or swimming birds. End of Lesson 2.
Lesson 3 of the Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elements of Ornithology by William Ruschenberger. Lesson 3. Birds of Prey. Order of Rapaces, or Accipitares. Zoological characteristics, habits, division into two families. Family of Diurnae. Zoological characteristics and habits of vultures, yellow vultures, king of the vultures, condor, Persictoporus of Egypt, griffins, tribe of falcons, division into two groups, noble and ignoble, falconry, common falcon, eagles, fisher eagles, sparrowhawks, kites, buzzards, harriers, characters and habits. Family of Nocturnae, characters and habits, owls, strikes, duck. Order of Rapaces, or Accipitares, birds of prey. Birds of prey are recognized by their beak, being hooked and terminated by a point which is sharp and bent downwards, and by their feet, being very strong and armed with powerful hooked nails. They are generally remarkable for their strength. The muscles of their thighs and legs are very voluminous, and give great power to their talons. Their tarsi are rarely elongated. All of them have 4 toes, the first of which, or thumb, is directed backwards. The nails of this toe and of the internal toe are the strongest, and there is often a very small palmate membrane betwixt the bases of the external toes. Their wings are large, and the interum, which affords place for the attachment of the principal muscles of flight, is generally very much developed and without lateral notches. It is also to be remarked that their nares are pierced through a membrane, called cera, which covers the whole base of the beak. All the rapaces live exclusively on flesh. They pursue other birds and even small quadrupeds and reptiles. They are also very powerful in flight. Like the Passerinae and Scansoriae, birds of prey are born generally naked, with the eyes closed, and cannot live without the assistance of their parents, who, during their tender age, supply all their wants. These birds form 2 families, the Diurnae and the Nocturnae, which may be distinguished by means of the following characters. Rapaces, Diurnae. Eyes directed from the side, the head and neck well proportioned, the external toe directed forward, and almost always united to the middle toe by a small membrane. Rapaces Nocturnae. Eyes directed forward, head very large and neck very short, external toe may be directed either forwards or backwards. Family of Day Birds of Prey, or Diurnae. The Diurnae have their eyes directed sideways, the head and neck are well proportioned. The nares are pierced through a naked membrane, called cera, which covers the base of the beak. They have 3 toes in front, and 1 behind without feathers, and the 2 external ones are almost always united at their base by a short membrane. Flight powerful, the quills strong, the plumage close, the sternums large and completely ossified, and the fourchette semicircular, and widely separated. Finally, the stomach is almost entirely membranous, and the intestines of a small extent. The family of Diurnae is divided into 3 principal tribes, easily recognized by the following characters. Diurnal rapaces, having eyes even with the head, and talons proportionally feeble, a more or less considerable part of the head and neck destitute of feathers, vultures. Eyes even with the head and talons proportionally feeble, head covered with feathers, griffins. Diurnal rapaces, having eyes surrounded by a projecting eyebrow which makes them appear sunk in the head, talons very strong, falcons. Tribes of vultures. The vultures, vultures, are recognized by the nakedness of a portion of the head or even of the neck, and by the form of their beak which is elongated and curved only at the end. These birds have a disagreeable aspect, a tainted odor, and their habits excite disgust. They are cowardly, and feed on the most putrid carrion rather than on living prey. The power of their talons does not correspond to their size, and they make use of their beak rather than of their claws. They are extremely voracious, but after they have been completely satiated, it seems, they can wait several weeks for an opportunity of feeding again. After they have eaten, their crop forms a large projection above the fourchette, they become dull and stupid, and a sanguineous fetid humour flows from the nose. The sense of smell in these animals is very fine, and enables them to perceive at incredible distances the remains of dead bodies which they seek for food. In Peru, Egypt, and some countries of the East, they are very useful to man, for they serve to cleanse the streets of animal remains that it is customary to throw there, and they may even be seen promenading many towns, in small bands, and watching even in the houses for recent or putrid dead bodies. Vultures live, generally, in pairs. They prefer building their nests on inaccessible rocks, and construct them of pieces of wood, joined together by a sort of mortar. The young are covered with down when born, and are fed on half-digested food, which is disgorged by their parents before them. Their wings are so long that when they walk they keep them half extended, and they often experience difficulty in taking to flight after alighting on the ground. Their ascent is slow but well sustained, and is always effected obliquely and by constantly turning about. The tribe of vultures is divided into 4 genera, namely, the vultures properly so called, the Sarcoramphus, the Cathartes, and the Percnopterus, which are distinguished in the following manner. Vultures, having the neck divested of feathers as well as the head, the nares transverse, and the head without carbuncles, vulture properly so called. Vulture having the neck divested of feathers as well as the head, the nares transverse, and the head with carbuncles, Sarcoramphus. Vultures having the neck divested of feathers as well as the head, the nares longitudinal, Cathartes. Vultures having the neck almost entirely feathered, Percnopterus. Vultures properly so called are distinguished by their naked head and neck, by the ruff or collar of feathers that surrounds the base of the neck, by their stout strong beak, and by the disposition of their nares. They have no fleshy excrescences on the head, and they belong exclusively to the old continent. The most widely diffused species is the yellow or fulvous vulture, Vultur fulvus, which equals and even surpasses the swan in size. It is found on all the mountains of the eastern continent. The Sarcoramphus differs from the vulture properly so called in the fleshy caruncles which grow above the base of the beak. It inhabits the western continent. The genus consists of 2 species. The king of the vulture, Vultur papa, is a species of Sarcoramphus of the size of the goose, which inhabits the warm parts of South America. It derives its name from the fear with which it inspires other species of vulture of the same country, the Percnopterus urubu, which abandons its prey and always gives place to him. To this group also belongs the condor, or great vulture of the Andes, Vultur gryphus, so famous, through exaggerated accounts, for its size and strength. It is not much more than 4 feet long, but its spread wings often measure more than 10 feet. It flies higher in the air than any other bird. It inhabits the most elevated of the Cordilleras of the Andes, and never descends to the plain except when pressed by hunger. Condors are frequently seen on the shores of Chile and Peru, feeding on the carcasses of whales that have been accidentally thrown upon the beach, or left by whalemen. Just before turning off from the beach, we came to the recent carcass of a mule, upon which 7 large condors and a crowd of buzzards were feeding. They allowed us to approach so near that, had we been provided with arms, we might have shot them as they arose slowly on the wing. These birds frequently destroy small animals. They sometimes form a circle around a sheep, or a goat, and spreading out their wings, approach till they strike their prey, and then falling upon it devour the body, even to the bones. In the country they are caught by the following manner. A pen is formed of high palisades driven into the ground, and a fresh carcass is placed in the centre. It is left alone. In a short time the condors, who scent their food for many miles, descend into it, and, while feasting, the peones (labouring men in Chile are so called), armed with clubs, and the body and limbs well protected with hide, enter the enclosure and commence the work of destruction. These birds cannot rise without running 30 or 40 yards, which the limits of the pen will not allow, and they are clubbed to death, not however without making resistance, and occasionally inflicting very severe wounds on their pursuers. 3 years in the Pacific. The Cathartes, which have no caruncles on the head, and whose nares are longitudinal and oval, are also found in America. There is one species, Cathartes vulturinus, also called Vultur californius, which approaches the condor in size, and has wings even longer in proportion. The tarsi are partially covered by the feathers of the legs. It inhabits California. The turkey buzzard, or gallinaza, Vultur aura, Cathartes aura, is of a bluish black color, and as large as a cock. It is common in warm parts of the United States, and is occasionally seen as far north as New Jersey. It feeds upon carrion and filth, but never attacks living animals, except when helpless and unable to defend themselves. This bird is very common in Peruvian towns, where it acts the part of scavenger, and is for this reason protected by law. The Percnopteri, which are distinguished from all the preceding by their feathered neck and long slender beak, are of moderate size, and do not possess nearly so much strength as the other vultures, but they attack with greater avidity carrion and all sorts of filth which attract them from a distance, and they do not disdain excrement itself. The Percnopterus of Egypt, Pharaoh's bird, Vultur percnopterus, or Vultur leucocephalus, or Vultur fuscus, is of the size of a crow. It is very common in the warm countries of the eastern continent, and it follows the caravans through the desert to devour all that die. The ancient Egyptians respected it on account of the services it rendered the country by removing dead bodies. It is often seen represented on their monuments. Even at the present day no injury is offered to it, and there are even devout Mussulmans who bequeath wherewith to support a certain number. In America there is another species of Pecnopterus, the urubu, Vulturus julta, which performs the same services there. Tribe of Griffins. These birds, Gepetos, have the head and neck almost entirely covered with feathers. The beak is strong, straight, hooked at the end, and inflated on the curve. The nostrils are covered by stiff bristles. There is a pencil of bristles under the beak. The tarsi are short and feathered to the toes. In their conformation and habits they very closely resemble the vultures. Their talons are proportionally weak, and their wings are long and partially separate when in repose. When the crop is full it projects at the lower part of the neck. The land vulture, Vultur barbarus, Falco barbatus, the Lemur gyre, which the Greeks named Phene, and the Latins called ossiferaga, is the largest of the birds of prey of the eastern continent, the high mountain chains of which it inhabits. It is almost as large as the condor, and attacks lambs, goats, chamois, and, it is said, even sleeping men. Generally it endeavours to force animals to throw themselves from precipitous rocks, and devours them after they have been killed by the fall. His mantle is black with a white line in the middle of each feather, and all beneath the body, as well as the neck, is of a clear, brilliant yellow colour. Tribe of Falcons. The diurnal rapaces composing this tribe have the head and neck covered with feathers, like the preceding, but are distinguished from them by their projecting eyebrows, which make the eyes appear as if they were sunk into the head, and give to the physiognomy of these animals an aspect altogether different from that of the vultures and griffins. These birds have a lofty, rapid, and sustained flight. Their sense of sight, which is more extended and clearer than in any other animal, enables them to perceive the smallest prey when they themselves are so high as to be out of the reach of our vision. Most of them feed willingly on flesh while it is yet palpitating, but when pressed by hunger they do not refuse dead bodies, as has been generally believed, and instead of eating their prey on the spot as the vultures do, they bear it off to their eyrie. The largest species attack mammals and birds, others live on fishes, some feed on reptiles, and others are exclusively insectivorous. The female is generally a third larger than the male, and for this reason is often designated under the name of tarsel. Moulting takes place but once a year, and age induces such great changes in the plumage of these birds that naturalists have frequently mistaken varieties depending on this cause alone for distinct species. The young are generally variegated with spots and longitudinal stripes, while the old ones are more uniform in colour, and are rather striped transversely. They are not clothed in their last or permanent livery until their third, fourth, or even sixth year, and then the colours of their plumage differ according to the sex. They all seize their prey with their talons. Some, such as the falcon, the kite, etc., precipitate themselves perpendicularly upon the animals they wish to possess. Others, the buzzard and goshawks for example, approach obliquely and attack sideways only. They are, generally, silent and very difficult to tame, though some of them can be trained to hunt on the wing. This tribe, which embraces a great number of species, is divided into two principal sections, namely, noble birds of prey and ignoble birds of prey, so named because the former are employed in falconry and the latter are not, and each one of these sections is subdivided in its turn as may be seen in the following table. Diurnal birds of prey of the tribe of falcons, having the wings pointed, noble birds of prey. The superior mandible armed with a notching near its point, falcons properly so called. The upper mandible having only a scallop near the point, gyrfalcons. Diurnal birds of prey of the tribe of falcons having the wings truncate at the ends, ignoble birds of prey. Beak very strong, straight at the base and curved only towards the point, eagles. Beak curved from the base, strong, wings moderate, goshawk. Beak curved from the base, feeble, wings long, tail forked, kites. Beak curved from the base, feeble, wings long, tail equal, feathers between the eye and beak, honey buzzards. Tail equal, a naked space between the eye and beak, buzzards and harriers. In the division of noble birds of prey, the second quill of the wing is the longest, and only exceeds the first one a very little, which makes their wings pointed, and influences their manner of flight very much. When the air is calm, their flight is always very oblique, and to rise perpendicularly they have to fly against the wind. Falcons properly so called, falco, are recognized by the tooth or notching with which the upper mandible is armed on each side, near its point, and by their wings being almost always as long or longer than their tail. In proportion to their size they are always the most courageous of all birds of prey. a quality which corresponds with the power of their arms and the strength of their wings. They are also the most docile of the hunting birds, and the most important in the art of falconry, as they are taught to pursue the game and return when they are called. The principal species of this genus are the common falcon, Falcon communis, which is the size of a hen, and inhabits all the northern part of the globe, the hobby, Falco subuteo, the merlin, Falco escalion, and the Falco lithofulco, which inhabit Europe, and when young resemble the common falcon. The kestrels, having shorter toes, and their flight is not so rapid. The duration of the life of the falcon is very great. It is stated that in the year 1793 a person caught, at the Cape of Good Hope, a falcon wearing a collar of gold upon which was engraved, "This bird in 1610 belonged to James I, King of England." It was consequently upwards of 180 years old, and still preserved its vigor. The flight of the falcon is very rapid. It commonly feeds on large birds, such as pheasants, pigeons, ducks, geese, etc., and to possess them, it rises above its prey and pounces perpendicularly upon it. This quality, and the facility with which the common falcon may be trained, caused it to be much esteemed when the great and wealthy were pleased to pursue game with birds, as they do now with dogs. This bird has given its name to the art of hunting with birds of prey. The manner of training these animals was by shutting them up from the light, exhausting their strength by fatigue and fasting, and then presenting bait, and accustoming them by degrees to pursue this or that kind of game. The gerfalcons, Hierofalco, have the tail much longer than the wings, which are also large. Only one species is known. The gerfalcon or Iceland falcon, Falco condicans, and Falco islandicus, is most esteemed of all birds in falconry. It is a fourth larger than the falcon, and chiefly inhabits the northern parts of Europe. In the division of ignoble birds of prey, the beak has no lateral tooth near its point, but a simple scallop or festoon, and the fourth quill of the wing is almost always the longest, while the first is very short. In consequence of this the wings are truncate at the extremity, and their flight is more feeble. They have been called ignoble because they could never be employed in falconry. This section is very numerous, and is divided, as we have already seen, into many genera, which are subdivided again into subgenera, many of which are sufficiently important to be noticed in this place. The genus of eagles, Aquila, comprises the strongest and most courageous birds of prey in the great tribe of falcons, and is distinguished by the form of the beak. It is subdivided into eagles properly so called, fisher eagles, ospreys, harpies, etc. Eagles properly so called, Aquila, have the tarsi feathered to the roots of the toes, and the wings as long as the tail. Their vision is wonderfully extensive, and they are enabled to fix their eyes upon the sun by the aid of a membrana nictis, which lessens the intensity of the light. These birds are remarkable for the nobleness of their bearing, and for their bold and daring attitude. They are celebrated for their courage, and as their habits are always in correspondence with their organization, nature has endowed them with great strength and powerful arms. They are fond of carnage, and in general they prefer attacking animals of considerable size. It is only when they are pressed by hunger that they pursue small birds, and they never eat carrion, even when in a state of absolute want. They generally live in pairs, but do not permit other birds of prey to reside in the vicinity of their abode. They do not even permit their young to share the domain wherein they are established, and drive them off as soon as they are able to provide for themselves. The male and female are generally seen at short distance from each other, and they seem to have a sort of understanding with each other in hunting. It is asserted that one of the two beats the bushes, while the other awaits on some rock or neighboring tree to seize the startled game in its flight. While the female is detained in the eyrie by incubation of her eggs, or by the cares required by her young, the male hunts alone, and, as it is the season when game begins to abound, he easily provides for his own sustenance as well as that of his companion. These animals can endure very long fasting, particularly when captivity or maternal cares force them to repose. A common eagle taken in a snare has been known to pass 5 weeks without taking any aliment, and not appear enfeebled, except during the last 8 days. The capacity of their crop is very considerable, and this pouch may serve as a reservoir of food sufficient for several days. Eagles properly so called are found in all parts of the eastern continent, and some species belong to New Holland. In general, they inhabit the mainland, and do not establish themselves either on narrow peninsulas or on islands, unless they are of great extent. They live on mountains, and ordinarily construct their nests or eyries on the highest and most precipitous rocks, or in the platform of some deserted tower. These nests are of considerable extent, and rest most frequently on some flat surface found amongst the rocks. They are built of pieces of wood, which are often 5 or 6 feet in length. Their interior is lined with moss and dry leaves, and their height increases every year by the accumulation of the bones of animals which these birds bring to their nests. In short, eagles never change their eyrie. The one they built for their first laying of eggs serves them for the remainder of their lives. In the genus of eagles, as well as in all other birds of prey, The female is much larger than the male, and seems to also be the most courageous. She lays but 2 or 3 eggs each year, and frequently rears only a single eagle at a time. The duration of incubation, at least for the imperial eagle, is 30 days. The common eagle, Falco fucus, Falco melanitos, Falco niger, which is also called yellow eagle or black eagle, and which has been distinguished by the name of royal eagle, from which it differs only in age, inhabits all the great forests of Europe, and is most particularly met with in the mountains of Sweden, Scotland, and the Tyrol. It feeds upon lambs and fawns which it carries off with surprising force, and rarely attacks large birds. Its eggs are of a dirty white color, spotted red. The imperial eagle, Falco imperialis, Aquila heliaca, has a shorter body, and longer wings than the common eagle. It inhabits the high wooded mountains of the south and east of Europe, and is quite common in Egypt. It pursues deers, roebucks, and other quadrupeds, from which it tears enormous shreds and carries it to the eyrie. It is still more terrible to other birds, and to it are attributed most of the exaggerated accounts of the strength, courage, and magnanimity which the ancients gave of the golden eagle. The fisher eagles, Haliaetus, differ from eagles properly so called in the tarsi, only the upper half of which are invested with feathers. They keep near the margins of rivers and the sea, and live chiefly on fishes. The species which are designated by the names of ossifragus and pygargus are found in all the northern parts of the globe. The bald eagle, Falco leucocephalus, inhabits North America, and is constantly occupied in fishing. It is of a uniform deep brown color, with a white head and tail. Its beak is yellow, and it is almost as large as the common eagle of Europe. It is the figure of this bird that is represented in the national emblems of the United States. The ospreys, Pandion, have the beak and feet of the fisher eagles. Only one species is known, which is found along the shores of fresh waters in almost every part of the globe. It is the fish hawk or osprey, Falco haliatus. The great harpy of America, Falco harpia. Of all the birds, this possesses the most terrible beak and claws. It is superior in size to the common eagle. Such are its powers that it is said to have cleft a man's skull with its beak. Its ordinary food is the sloth, and it often carries off fawns. The genus of goshawks, Ostor, comprises the goshawks properly so called, and the sparrowhawks. They have the tarsi scutellated, that is, armed in front with large scaly plates, and are distinguished from each other by the length of this part of the claw. Though cowardly, they may be employed in falconry. The sparrowhawk, Nisus, have the tarsi higher than the goshawks, but the transition from one division to the other is almost insensible. The kites, Milvus, have a forked tail and excessively long wings, which makes their flight exceedingly rapid. Their tarsi are short and their nails weak. Their beak is disproportional to their size, and they are the most cowardly birds in this whole tribe. The common kite of France, Falco milvus, of all birds, sustains itself the longest and most tranquilly. The elegance of its flight has been celebrated by poets. It seldom attacks anything but reptiles. The buzzard, Ruteo, have very long wings, but their tail is equal. Their feet are strong, and their beak is curved from its base. The only species found in France is the common buzzard, Falco buteo. This bird dwells throughout the year in the forests, and appears stupid and idle. It often remains for several hours together perched upon the same tree. It does not seize its prey upon the wing, but awaits on a hillock of earth, a bush or tree, from which it pounces upon its victim. It feeds on young hares, partridges, young birds, and, when this game fails, even on toads, serpents, grasshoppers, etc. The nest of the buzzard is built of small branches and lined inside with wool or other soft substances. These birds lay 2 or 3 eggs, which are whitish, spotted yellow. The mother takes care of the young for a longer time than any other bird of prey, and it is stated that the male continues to feed them after the female has been killed. The harriers, Circus, differ from the buzzards in their more elevated tarsi, and by a sort of collar formed on either side of the neck by the ends of the feathers that cover their ears. There are 3 species in France, namely the Falco pygargus, or bird of St. Martin, which builds everywhere, and keeps very much in the fields, the Falco cineraceus, which has the same habits, and the Falco aeruginosus, which keeps within the reach of watercourses and feeds on reptiles. The honey buzzards, Pernis, are distinguished from the rest of the tribe of falcons by the feathers which cover the space between the eye and beak, which space in all other birds of this tribe is ordinarily naked, and simply furnished with a few hairs. The common honey buzzard, Falco apivarus, feeds on insects, and principally on bees and wasps. Many naturalists also place in the tribe of falcons the messenger or secretary, Serpentarius or Grippogenaris, a bird which inhabits the south of Africa, and which is very remarkable for the extraordinary length of its tarsi, but it differs too much from other birds of prey to be arranged in the same tribe as the preceding, and should constitute by itself a 4th division of the family of Diurnae. The secretary, Falco serpentarius, inhabits the dry and open grounds of the vicinity of the Cape of Good Hope, where it hunts reptiles on foot. Its claws consequently become much worn. "I perceived one day," says Monsieur Smith, "a secretary that made 2 or 3 turns on the wing, near to where I was. He soon settled, and I saw that he examined very attentively some object near the place where he alighted. Having cautiously approached, he extended one wing which he constantly agitated. I then discovered a serpent of large size, elevating its head, and seemingly awaiting the advance of the bird to strike him. But a quick blow of the wing of the secretary soon turned it over. The bird appeared to wait till the serpent should rise in order to strike again, but approached, and seizing it in his claws and beak, rose perpendicularly into the air, from whence he let it fall, and thus finished the killing, and afterwards disposed of it in perfect security." Family of Nocturnal Birds of Prey. The birds of prey of the family of Nocturnae have a very large head and very short neck. The eyes are directed forward, and surrounded by a circle of fringed feathers, the anterior of which cover the serrae of the beak, and the posterior the opening of the ear. The pupil is very large, and the sight is weak. The external toe can be directed forward or backward at will. The apparatus of flight is not strong, the fourchette is weak, and the feathers are armed with soft beard, and are covered with very fine down. The gizzard is somewhat muscular. These birds, which are often designated under the collective name of owls (strix), are blinded by broad day, and only see well in the twilight, or at night when it is not very dark, the time they choose for hunting; and as their silky feathers permit them to fly without noise, it is very easy for them to obtain possession of birds and small mammals upon which they suddenly pounce. There are some species that hunt even in the daytime, but during this period they generally retire into hollow trees or rents in walls. Sometimes they lay squat on branches of trees, and then all the little birds, of which they are the terror during twilight, come to tease and insult them. During the night they often utter plaintive cries, which the vulgar regard as unfortunate omens; but in reality these birds are more useful than injurious to agriculture, on account of the number of small mammals of the order of Rodentia which they destroy. It is probable the large size of the head, and their habitual tranquillity, obtained for them the reputation for wisdom which they enjoyed among the animals. All the nocturnal birds of prey resemble each other very much, and the differences observed pass from one to the other by such insensible intermediate shades it is difficult to establish good generic differences in this family. Owls properly so called, eared owls (Otis), have the disc of fringed feathers which surrounds the eyes very complete, and itself bordered by a circle of scaly feathers. They have movable tufts half the length of the head, the external ear very large and furnished in front with a membranous operculum, and the feet are feathered to the nails. The common owl (Strix otis) is frequent in France and the United States. Its length from the top of its head to the end of its tail is 13 or 14 inches, and its plumage is yellow with brown spots. It ordinarily inhabits forests, and establishes its retreat in caverns, deserted houses, in ruins, and during the whole night utters sad and plaintive groans. It often takes possession of nests abandoned by crows, ducks, etc. The howlers (Ulula) only differ from the preceding owls in the absence of the tufts of feathers, which in common language are sometimes called horns. The screech owls (Strix) resemble owls properly so called in the disposition of their ears, but are distinguished from them by the beak, which is elongated and curved only at the extremity, while in the other Nocturnae it is arched from the base. They are without tufts, and instead of feathers have only hairs on the toes. The common species in France, known as the screech owl (Effraie), is of all the owls most especially regarded by the people as a bird of ill omen. Its plumage is yellow, shaded with ash color or brown above, and prettily spotted black and white. It is found in Asia and America as well as in Europe. The hooting owls (Ceronium) differ from the screech owls in their auditory conch, which is reduced to an oval cavity, that does not occupy the half of the height of the cranium. Their feet are feathered down to the nails. The duks, or horned owls (Bulbo) have tufts like the eared owls, and an auditory conch as small as the hooting owls, but they have the disc of feathers around the eyes less marked than the preceding owls. The grand duke, or great horned owl of naturalists (Strix bubo), is about 2 feet long, and is the largest of all the Nocturnae. It is common in the great forests of the eastern parts of Europe, and is also met with in France. Its food consists ordinarily of moles and small animals of the order Rodentia, but we are assured that it sometimes attacks young roebucks, and it often contends with buzzards and carries off their prey. The great horned owl of the United States (Bulbo virginius), which is found in all parts of our country, feeds on the Godonalist birds, domestic poultry, hares, opossums, etc. In former times this owl was employed in falconry to attract the kite. They tied a fox's tail to the duke to render its figure still more extraordinary. It flew even with the ground, and alighted in the fields without perching on trees. The kite, which perceived it from a distance, came and approached the duke, or great horned owl, not to attack, but rather to examine it, and kept near it long enough to be taken by the hunters or by the birds of prey which they let slip in pursuit. The owls of the genera Noctua and Scora have the opening of the ear larger than ordinary birds, and the disc of feathers around the eyes smaller and less complete than in all the preceding owls. These characters coincide with the peculiarities of their habits, which bring them near to the diurnal birds of prey. In fact, many owls see sufficiently well in the day to distinguish and pursue their prey. The scopes have the head furnished with tufts. There is one species found in France, whose plumage is ash color, spotted black. End of Lesson 3. Recording by Todd.
Lesson 4 of the Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Elements of Ornithology by William RUSCHENBERGER. Lesson 4. Order of Passerinae. Zoological characters. Habits. Division into 5 families. Family of Dentirostris. Shrikes. Flycatchers. Cotingers. Blackbirds. Thrushes. Water thrushes. Orioles. Lyres. Warblers, such as the nightingales, linnets, and wrens. Family of Physirostris. Swallows. Habits. Swallow, properly so called. Martin. Goatsuckers. Habits. Family of Conirostris. Larks. Titmouse. Buntings. Sparrows. Crows. Crow, properly so called. Jackdaw. Magpie. Jay. Birds of paradise. Order of Passerinae. This order includes all birds that are neither swimmers, waders, climbers, rapacious, nor gallinaceous. That is, it contains all birds that are not assigned to the other 5 orders. We find its characteristics, therefore, are purely negative. Yet, although we cannot unite all the species that belong to it under a common description, they nevertheless naturally resemble each other in the totality or assemblage of their organization. The Passerinae have neither the violence of the birds of prey, nor the fixed regimen of the gallinaceous or aquatic birds. Insects, fruits, and grains constitute their food, which consists more exclusively of grain, in proportion to the largeness of their beak, and more exclusively of insects as it is more slender, and those that have strong beaks pursue even small birds. The proportional length of their wings and the extent of their flight are as variable as their habits. They have 4 toes, 3 before and 1 behind, and occasionally 2 before and 1 behind, and sometimes all 4 are in front. But there are never 2 before and 2 behind, as in the next order, and the middle toe is joined to a greater or less extent to the external toe by means of a membrane. The order of Passerinae is very numerous, and is divided into 5 families, namely, Dentirostris, Physirostris, Conirostris, Tenuirostris, and Syndactylae. Family of Dentirostris. This family includes those Passerinae only that have the beak notched on both sides near the point. They are all insectivorous, and most of them also eat berries and other tender fruits. They have been classed according to the general form of their beak, and in this way divided into many tribes, the chief of which are shrikes, flycatchers, cotingers, tanagers, ant-catchers, thrushes, etc., orioles, warblers, and cocks of the rock, etc. The shrikes, Lanius, have a moderate but strong beak, which is straight from its origin and very compressed. The upper mandible is strongly curved towards the point where it forms a hook, and is armed with a deep notch. Its base is provided with stiff hairs, and is destitute of cere. Though small in size, these birds are full of courage. They contend with birds of prey, and, like them, live by rapine. They feed on insects and small birds, and always inhabit the woods and bushes on the plains. They live in families, and fly irregularly and precipitately, uttering shrill cries. There are 5 species in Europe, and several in America. The common or great shrike, Lanius excubitor, which is ash coloured above, white beneath, and of the size of a thrush, and the butcher bird, Lanius colorio, which is smaller than the others, has the back and wings fawn colour. This last bird destroys a great many small animals, birds and young toads, as well as a number of insects, grasshoppers, beetles, etc., which it has the habit of sticking on the thorns of bushes in order to devour them at leisure, or to find them again when wanted. This little shrike makes its appearance in the spring, and quits France and the United States in the autumn. The cassicans and vangers and several other genera are grouped in this tribe, and have similar habits. The flycatchers, Mushy Kappa, are found in all parts of the world. Their beak is moderate, strong, and compressed towards the point, which is curved, and deeply notched. The base is furnished with long stiff hairs, that cover the nostrils, which are lateral and oval. These birds are travellers. They feed on small birds, or on insects, which they catch on the wing. They alight on trees in the forests. Europe possesses a great many species. The name of tyrant, Tyrannus, is given to those flycatchers of America that have a strong beak. Other birds of this division, on the contrary, have a very slender beak. They defend their young even from the eagle, and drive all birds of prey from their nest. The larger species feed on small birds, and do not always despise carrion. The cotingers, or crown birds, Ampellis, are for the most part remarkable for the beauty of their plumage. Their beak is short, slightly depressed, a little convex above, and suddenly flexed at the point. Their nostrils are half closed by a membrane, and covered in a degree by the hairs of the face. Their feet are moderate. All the species belong to South America. The plumage of the male is, in general, adorned with the richest tints of purple and azure; but these birds are not in all their beauty except in the spring, for during the rest of the year their tints are grey or brown. The chatterers, Bombycilla, have the head ornamented with a toupee of feathers. There is one species, the Bohemian chatterer, Ampellis garrulus, that visits Europe in flocks, at long and irregular intervals, from which circumstance its presence for a long time was considered as an evil omen. It is thought to inhabit the extreme north. The flesh is esteemed a great delicacy. The cedar bird or cherry bird, Bombycilla carolinensis, is found throughout the American continent. Some of them remain in Pennsylvania and New Jersey during the winter. The tanagers, Tanagra, are small birds, remarkable for the most part for the varied colour of their plumage. They resemble the finches in their habits, and feed on grain, as well as on berries and insects. The summer red bird, Tanagra aestiva, is of a vermilion red. It passes the greater part of the year in the tropical America. It is met with in the sandy, barren forests of New Jersey in small numbers. The thrushes, Turdus, have a moderate beak with a sharp, compressed point, but not forming a hook, and having the notches not so deep as in the shrikes. They are more frugivorous. It is to be remarked also that their nostrils are half closed by a naked membrane, and the tarsi are longer than the middle toe. Some remain in the country where they are born. Others travel in numerous flocks. The flesh of most of these birds is much esteemed. We apply the name of thrushes properly so called to those species in which the colours are uniform or distributed in large masses, and we call those thrushes in which the plumage is dappled, that is, marked with small black and brown spots. The European blackbird, Turdus merula, is found in France throughout the year. The male is entirely black with a yellow beak, and the female is brownish. These birds are the first to hail with their songs the return of spring. Heard at a distance they are very agreeable. They possess the power of passing from the lowest to the highest tones. In captivity their voice loses its brilliancy and becomes even hoarse and false. This blackbird loves solitude. It only keeps in the thickest and most distant copses. It feeds on worms and insects, and very adroitly breaks snail shells against rocks or stones. The female constructs her nest with great art, which is well cushioned on the inside and covered on the outside with grass. She ordinarily lays 4 or 5 blue eggs, covered with brown spots. The Griever, or common thrush, Turdus musicus, somewhat smaller than the preceding, is brown on the back, reddish yellow with black spots on the neck and breast, white on the belly and flanks with black spots. The wings are brown above, yellow beneath. The beak is brown, and the tarsi are brownish grey. It is met with in France only as a bird of passage. It arrives there in great flocks at the end of September, and sojourns nearly a month. Then it returns in March and April to disappear again in May. A few individuals, however, remain, and build on low trees or bushes. They lay 2 or 3 times a year, from 4 to 6 eggs each time. The song of the thrush is agreeable, and its flesh is delicate. It announces the return of spring, and remains during 3/4 of the year. It is often heard when the skies are heavy with clouds, which circumstance has gained for it, in some countries, the title of bird of storms. When this thrush is disturbed, his hoarse and noisy song seems to be a mixture of warbling and cries. In its ordinary condition, its gamut is, on the contrary, a scale of soft and grave tones. It often sings many hours together without the slightest interruption. When reared with the linnet and nightingale, it seems to study their song, and ends by appropriating it. The American robin, or migrating thrush, Turdus migratorius, is found in summer throughout the North American continent. The robin redbreast, which is said to have covered with a leafy shroud the lost and wandering babes in the wood, is held in universal respect. Its song, however, has not the compass and variety of the preceding species. The missel thrush, Turdus viscivorus, the leithorner, Turdus pilaris, and the mavis, Turdus iliacus, are 3 other species of thrush which are also found in Europe. The mockingbird, Turdus polyglottus, an American bird, celebrated for the astonishing facility with which it unhesitatingly imitates all the sounds it hears, also belongs to the tribe of thrushes. The water thrushes, Chinclus, have a cutting, straight, elevated beak, compressed and rounded towards the end, with the point of the upper mandible bent over the lower one. There is but one species in Europe, which has the singular habit of descending into the water without swimming, but walking about the bottom in search of small animals upon which it feeds. The American water ouzel, or dipper, Chinclus americanus, is cinereous grey, with a blackish brown head and neck. It is distinguished from the European species by the absence of the white on the chin and throat. Of the particular habits of this bird little is yet known. The ant catchers, Myothera, so called because they live chiefly on ants, are recognized by their long legs and short tail. They are found on both continents. The orioles, Oriolus, resemble the thrushes very much, but their beak is a little stronger, their legs are shorter, and their wings a little longer in proportion. The European oriole or golden thrush, the yellow thrush of the Germans, Oriolus galbula, is of nearly the same size as the thrush, 9 or 10 inches long, and the spread of the wings about 16. The male is of a beautiful yellow. The wings, the tail, and a spot between the eye and beak are black, and the end of the tail is yellow; but during the first 2 years of life, like the female at all times, he has an olive in place of the yellow, and brown in place of the black colour. This bird suspends its nest, which is very artfully constructed, from the branches of trees. In the summer it eats cherries and other fruits, but in the spring it feeds on insects. It remains in Europe only during the warm season, and goes to Africa to pass the winter. It migrates in companies of 5 or 6. In the summer, when it has become fat, its flesh is good to eat, and were it not so difficult to rear, it would be the ornament of our cages for its beauty. The Baltimore Oriole, or Golden Robin, Oriolus baltimore, Icterus baltimore, comes amongst us from its winter retreats in South America, about the first week in May. It bears a general resemblance to the preceding. The Lyres, Mayera, have been placed with the gallinaceous birds by some naturalists, who were more struck with their large size and the disposition of their feet and other characters; but in reality these birds approach much nearer to the thrushes, from which they scarcely differ in the form of their beak. They are distinguished by the singular conformation of the tail of the male bird, the different feathers of which exactly resemble a lyre. These birds belong to New Holland. Only one species is known. The warblers, Mortacilla, are extremely numerous in species, which are found in all countries. They have a straight, slender beak, in the form of a bodkin, higher than it is broad at the base. The point of the upper mandible is often notched, and the lower one is straight. The nostrils are half closed by a membrane. The tarsi are longer than the middle toe. Birds of this genus are emphatically singers. They are almost all migratory, and insectivorous. They are divided into many subgenera, among which we may mention: the Traches, Saxicola, are lively birds that stand tolerably high on their legs. The French species build on the ground and feed exclusively on insects. Such are the common Traché, Mortacilla rubicola, and the Wheatear, Mortacilla aianta. The Rubiettes, Sylvia, live on insects, worms, and berries. They are solitary and generally build in holes. The Stonechat, Mortacilla rubicola, belongs to this subgenus. In the division of Fauvets, Curruca, the beak is more slender than in the Trachets or Rubiettes. The most interesting species of this little group is the Nightingale, Mortacilla luscinia, the plumage of which is reddish brown above and whitish grey beneath, the tail being a little red. This bird, whose song is so celebrated, never lives in flocks. The female constructs her nest, in the foliage, of straw and moss. She ordinarily lays 2 or 3 times a year, and 4 or 5 eggs on each occasion. While she is sitting, the male, perched upon a neighbouring branch, endeavours to relieve the weariness of her task by the harmony of his voice. If an enemy approach, he continues to sing, and his interrupted accents tell his companion all she has to fear. In the silence of the night, when all other birds have suspended their concerts, the melodious voice of the nightingale alone is heard; and the variety, the sweetness and harmony of his notes place him in the first rank of singing birds. The Fauvet, Mortacilla orphea, which is ashy brown above, whitish beneath, is common in Europe, and particularly in the southern provinces of France, which it leaves in flocks, about the middle of autumn, to return in the spring. It feeds on insects and soft fruits, and makes its nest in the bushes or reeds. The male has a strong, sonorous voice, which is not disagreeable. Its song, says Buffon, somewhat resembles that of the nightingale, and is enjoyed for a long time; for, many weeks after the songster of the springtime is hushed, the woods everywhere resound with the song of the Fauvet. Its voice is smooth, pure, and light, and its succession of modulations, though of small extent, are agreeable, flexible, and graduated. The wrens, Regulus, are little birds that keep on trees, and there pursue gnats. The roitlay, or kinglet, Mortacilla regulus, is the smallest of European birds. The head of the male is adorned with a small yellow tuft bordered with black. These birds possess a great deal of activity and agility. They are almost always in motion. They leap from branch to branch, climb trees on all sides, they eagerly hunt in all the cracks of the bark, and sometimes they suspend themselves, feet upwards, like the tomtit. They feed on insects, little worms, and various small grains. The female lays from 10 to 18 eggs, which scarcely exceed a large pea in size. Her nest of leaves is placed on the branches of the fir tree in such a manner as to be swayed in all directions by the wind. The true wrens, Troglodytes, have the middle toe rather long, and the nails of moderate length. They are remarkable for their almost domestic habits, often building from preference about houses, either empty or inhabited. They also sing agreeably. Species are found on both continents. The house wren, Troglodytes aden, Sylvia domestica, is only a summer resident of the United States, but the winter wren, Troglodytes hyemalis, sometimes passes the winter in Pennsylvania. The wagtails, Mortacilla, are remarkable for the length of their tail, which they are constantly elevating and depressing. The meadowlarks or titlarks, Antus, somewhat resemble the larks, Alauda, on account of the long nail with which their thumb is armed. The common titlark, Antus pratensis or Alauda pratensis, frequents humid prairies and becomes extremely fat in the autumn. In many parts of France it is then sought, and is known under the name of Becfig, Becafica. The cocks of the rock, Rupicola, are distinguished from all the preceding species of the family of Dentirostres by having the two external toes united for about 1/3 of their length from the base. The two American species, when full grown, are of a beautiful orange colour, and have a double vertical crest on the head, formed of feathers arranged like a fan. They are found in the warm parts of South America. Family of Physirostres. The Physirostres are distinguished by their beak, which is short, wide, horizontally flattened, slightly hooked, without a notch and very deeply cleft, that is, the commissure, or line of junction between the two mandibles, is extended so that the opening of the mouth is very wide, and they easily swallow the insects they pursue on the wing. All these birds are exclusively insectivorous. They are also migratory, and migrate in the temperate zones. Their flight is the most extended of all terrestrial birds. They are found in all parts of the world. This family is divided into two tribes, namely, first, the diurnal Physirostres, with a dense plumage and a beak that opens to beneath the eyes. Second, the nocturnal Physirostres, the plumage of which is soft and light, like that of the owls, and their beak opens to a point beyond the eyes. The diurnal Physirostres constitute the genus of swallows, Hirundo, all of which are remarkable for the length of their wings. This genus is subdivided into swallows properly so called, and swifts. The latter have a remarkable conformation of the claws. The thumb is directed forward almost like the other toes which are all separate, and each one has but 3 phalanges. While in the swallows properly so called the thumb is inserted behind the tarsus, and preserves the same direction as in the other Passerinae. The external toe is united to the median, as far as the first articulation, and the number of phalanges is not unusual. Swallows properly so called, Hirundo, have a triangular beak, broad and depressed at the base, a little curved at the point, the nostrils oblong, the legs short, the wings very long, and the tail ordinarily forked. These birds delight most in those places where flies and other winged insects are common. They construct their nests with great care, often of a sort of masonry in the ground. The female sometimes lays twice a year. Most of the swallows leave us towards the end of September, and migrate in large flocks to warm countries where they pass the winter, but return in the beginning of the spring and take possession of the nest they had left the preceding year. Their habits are mild, and they are remarkable for their sociability. They often join a great number together to drive off an enemy, the attack of which any one of them may fear. The swallow announces even to swifts and other small birds the approach of a bird of prey. At the sight of an owl or a hawk, it utters a piercing cry. Immediately all the birds of its species, and the swifts assemble around it, and often march in line against the enemy, which they harass until he is forced to beat a retreat. In the genus of swallows we must mention the martin, Hirundo urbica, which is black above, white below and on the tail, and the feet are feathered to the nails. It arrives about the middle of April, and disappears about the middle of September. It constructs its nest of earth, lined inside with straw and feathers, which it often places in the angles of windows and beneath the eaves. The chimney swallow, Hirundo rustica, is an inch longer than the preceding, with a very forked tail and naked toes. It is black above. The front, that is the forehead, throat, and brows are red, and the rest of the bird is ordinarily white. It arrives a little earlier than the preceding, constructs a similar nest, which it commonly places on chimneys, in stables and barns. The salangane, or edible swallow, Hirundo esculenta, which inhabits the East Indian archipelago, is celebrated on account of its nest, which it constructs of a whitish, gelatinous substance, arranged in layers. This substance is a marine plant which it soaks in the sea and grinds previously to using. These nests are eaten, dressed like mushrooms, and in soup. The Chinese regard them not only as an excellent dish, but also as a very restorative and medicinal kind of nourishment. A very extensive commerce is carried on in this article, which has been sold as high as $5 a pound. From 30 to 50,000 pounds are used in China every year. The swifts, Catura, or martins, or martinets, Cypselus, have a forked tail which consists of 6 quills only, while in the swallows properly so called there are 12. Their legs are very short, and their toes are directed forwards. These birds scarcely walk at all, and are seen constantly in the air, pursuing in flocks, and with loud cries, insects in the upper regions of the atmosphere. They nestle in holes in walls, and in rocks, and climb along smooth surfaces with great rapidity. The common martin, Hirundo apus, is about 8 inches long, and the spread of the wings is nearly 15 inches. It is black with a white throat. It appears in France in the month of April, and departs on the approach of cold. It ordinarily lays from 2 to 5 eggs once a year. The tribe of nocturnal Physerostories is composed of the genus of goatsuckers. The goatsuckers, Caprimulgus, all resemble each other in their plumage and habits. They only appear towards evening, and, for this reason, they might be called crepuscular birds. The silky nature of their feathers, and their mixed and delicate colours, give them, as far as relates to their external covering, a strong resemblance to owls. Their eyes are large. Their beak, which is furnished with strong moustaches, and more deeply cleft or open than in swallows, is capable of receiving the largest insects, which it retains by means of a viscid saliva. The nostrils, which are in the form of small tubes, are near its base. Their wings are long, their feet short, and the tarsi feathered. The thumb can be directed forward. These birds live isolated, and only fly during the twilight, or in fine nights. They pursue the phalaenae, and other nocturnal insects, and lay a small number of eggs on the ground without taking much care to construct a nest. When they fly, the rushing of the air into their wide mouth produces a peculiar humming noise. It has been said that they suck the goats, but this is untrue. The notion arose probably from their frequenting the fields, where goats and sheep were herded, in pursuit of the insects which are attracted there in great numbers. Only one species of goatsucker is known in Europe. The European goatsucker, Caprimulgus europaeus, is of a brown grey, undulated with blackish brown, with a whitish band running from the beak to the back of the neck. It arrives in France in the spring, nestles in the heath, and the moment its food begins to grow scarce it seeks a warmer climate. There is one species in Africa, remarkable for a feather twice the length of the body which arises from near the carpus of each wing, and is barbed only near the extremity. The warm parts of America abound in these birds. The Chuckwell's widow, Caprimulgus carolinensis, appears in the southern parts of the United States about the middle of March. The head and back are dark brown, minutely mottled with yellowish red, and longitudinally streaked with black. The whippoorwill, Caprimulgus rochiferus, is heard during the spring and early autumn in the middle section of the United States. Its general color is a brownish gray, streaked and finely sprinkled with brownish black. About the middle of May the female lays 2 eggs. Like all birds of this genus, she builds no nest, but deposits her eggs upon the bare ground, in some dry and sequestered situation. The nighthawk or nightjar, Caprimulgus americanus, is met with in all parts of the United States. It is of a brownish black, mottled with white, and a pale reddish brown above, and a greyish white undulated with dark brown below. Nighthawks arrive in the Middle States towards the close of April. They are commonly seen towards evening in pairs, sailing around in sweeping circles, high in the air, occasionally descending lower to capture flying insects, chiefly of the larger kind, such as wasps, beetles, and moths. About the middle of August they begin their migrations towards the south, and may be seen as late as the middle of September, in the evening, in scattered flocks, consisting of several hundreds together, moving towards more congenial climes, darting after insects, or feeding leisurely as they advance. Sometimes different species of swallow are mingled in these wandering tribes. Family of Conirostries. All the birds of this family have a strong beak, more or less conical, and without a notch. They live on grains, more exclusively in proportion to the strength and thickness of their beak. The principal genera of this family are the larks, the titmice, the buntings, the sparrows, the crossbills, the crows, and birds of paradise. The larks, Alauda, have a straight, short beak, in the form of an extended cone. Their head is small, round, and furnished with feathers on top, which are more or less erectile. Their tail is of moderate length, and almost always forked. Their nostrils are covered by small feathers which are directed forwards. The posterior nail is straight, strong, and much longer than that of any of the other toes. The conformation of their nails does not permit these birds generally to alight on trees, but it is useful to them when they run over newly ploughed ground. They dwell, in general, on the ground, and feed on grains, tender herbs, insects, and larvae. They also have the habit of dusting themselves by fluttering on the ground. The common lark is found nearly throughout the eastern continent. During the summer these birds prefer dry, elevated situations, and delight in soaring to great heights in the air, singing in a strong melodious voice. In winter they assemble in large numbers on the level country in search of food. When the cold is intense they take refuge among the rocks, and along streams that do not freeze, and when pushed by want they approach our habitations. They nestle on the ground, and, without becoming familiar with man, they become accustomed to captivity. Their flesh is esteemed a delicacy. The shore lark, Alauda alpestris, is of a reddish grey inclining to brown above, whitish beneath, with the throat and a stripe over the eye of a pale yellow; the tail and wings, and a patch on the breast, black. This beautiful species is common in the northern parts of both continents. These birds arrive in the northern and middle states early in October, and generally disappear on the approach of snow. The skylark, Alauda arvensis, is universally known by its perpendicular mode of soaring, accompanied by its varied and powerful song. It is brown above, whitish underneath, and spotted throughout with a deeper shade of brown. The tits or titmice, Parus, have a slender and very short beak. They are extremely lively little birds. They are constantly leaping from branch to branch in short flights, climbing and suspending themselves in all manner of positions, plucking the grains upon which they feed, also eating many insects, not even sparing small birds when they find them enfeebled by sickness or entangled in snares. They are often seen to pierce their skulls by repeated strokes of the beak to devour the brains. They also pick the bones to a skeleton. In proportion to their size, which is very small, these are the strongest of all birds. They attack owls fiercely. They have the habit of storing a provision of grains. They nest in the hollows of old trees, and lay more eggs than any other of the passerine birds. Species are found in all parts of the world, and there are several in the United States. The tufted titmouse, Parus bicolor, is crested, and scarcely exists north of Pennsylvania and New York. It is of a dark bluish ash color above, whitish beneath, and the flanks are tinged of a yellowish brown. The buntings, Emberiza, have a short, straight, conical beak, the upper mandible being narrower, enters within the lower, and there is a projecting hard tubercle on the palate. All these birds are granivorous, yet they also eat insects. They inhabit thickets, fields covered with hedges, gardens, and the woods rarely. They have little foresight, and are readily caught in traps. Some of them assemble in numerous troops in the winter. The most common species in France are the yellow bunting, Emberiza citrinella, the common bunting, Emberiza miliaria, and the ortolan, Emberiza hortulana, and there are several in the United States. Amongst the latter may be mentioned here, perhaps, the rice bird, or bobolink, Emberiza oryzivora, or Dolichornyx oryzivorus. The sparrows have a conical beak which is more or less thick at the base. They generally live on grains, and are for the most part voracious and destructive. They are divided into sparrows properly so called, weavers, linnets, goldfinches, etc. To the genus of sparrows properly so called, Pyrgita, belong the common sparrow, Fringilla domestica, which is brown, spotted blackish above, with a whitish band on the wing, grey beneath, the sides of the crown in the male reddish, and his throat black. It abounds in all parts of the eastern continent, except in those places where wheat does not grow. This bird nests in holes in walls, and is very destructive from its voracity. The farmers complain very much of the pillage of these birds. The destructive war they wage against caterpillars and winged insects compensates, however, for their passing devastations; and everything considered, it may be said they are more beneficial than injurious to rural economy. The sparrow is courageous, and often contends with birds 10 times larger than itself, and sometimes enters dovecots. These birds ordinarily nest under eaves or in hollows of trees. The nest is constructed of hay and straw, lined with feathers. It is placed so as not to be injured either by the sunshine or rain. The tenderness of the female for her young is very interesting. The male is distinguished from the female by a black spot on the beak. The common chaffinches, Fringilla caelebs, are among the most common of European birds. Their habits are nearly the same as those of the common sparrow, but they are more lively and their song is more varied. The common goldfinch, Fringilla cardoalis, is among the most beautiful birds of Europe. It is very docile, and quickly learns to sing and to play all kinds of tricks. The yellow bird or American goldfinch, Fringilla tristis, has black wings varied with white, and a black tail tipped with white. In summer the male is dressed in yellow with a black crown, and in the autumn in brown olive, which is the permanent colour of the female and young yellow birds. It is a general inhabitant of the United States. The common snowbird, Fringilla hyemalis, is a hardy and very numerous species, common to both continents. About the middle of October they pour in flocks from the northern regions into the United States, where their arrival is looked upon as the presage of winter. The linnet, Fringilla cannabina, is found in all parts of Europe, and chiefly inhabits the plains. Its song is very agreeable. The canary bird, Fringilla canaria, somewhat resembles the linnet, though it differs from it very much in colour. It sings so agreeably, and is so easily multiplied in a state of captivity, that it has become common throughout the world. Most naturalists agree that it came originally from the Canary Islands, where it is found wild in great numbers, but some travellers suppose that it was first brought from Asia. The grosbeaks (Cacothrostes) are distinguished from other sparrows by the great size of their beak, which is exactly conical. The common grosbeak (Loxia cacothrostes) is the most strongly characterized. It inhabits woody mountains and eats almonds and all sorts of fruit. The bullfinches (Pirula) have a round beak which is inflated in every direction, and sufficiently strong to crush the hardest seeds. The crossbills (Loxia) resemble the bullfinches, but the mandibles of the beak are so much curved at the point that they cross each other. By this singular beak they are enabled to tear out the seeds from under the pine cones. The common crossbill (Curvirostra americana) is found inhabiting the extensive pine forests in the interior of Pennsylvania and the northern states from April to September. The beefeaters (Buphaga) make use of their beak, which is inflated at the end, to compress the skin of cattle to squeeze out the larvae of the oestrus which they eat. Only one species is known, which inhabits Africa. The starlings (Sturnus) have a straight beak, depressed at the point. They also follow cattle and feed on insects. They are found in all parts of the world. The crows (Corvus) have a large beak, straight at the base, curved towards the point, and cutting on the edges. Their nostrils are concealed by hairs directed forwards, their toes are entirely divided, and their wings are truncate at the extremity. They live in troops, and are cunning and distrustful. They readily become familiar, and learn to speak with considerable facility. The senses of this bird, that of smell particularly, are very acute. They have the habit of stealing and concealing everything they find, even articles which are useless to them, such as small pieces of money. They provide provision for the future season, and feed on every kind of aliment, grains, fruits, insects and worms, living or dead flesh, so that no animal better merits the epithet of omnivorous. The principal species of this genus are: the raven (Corvus corax) is the largest passerine bird found in Europe. Its size is almost equal to that of the domestic cock. Its plumage is entirely black, its tail rounded, the back or top of the upper mandible arcuate in front. The female is of a less decided black, and her size is somewhat less. This bird flies well and high. It perceives dead bodies at a great distance, and feeds besides on all kinds of fruits and small animals. It lives very retired, but in pairs, which make their nest in crevices of rocks, or in holes in walls, in old abandoned towers, and sometimes upon the summit of lone trees. The nest is very large, and is composed externally of branches and roots of shrubs. Bones of quadrupeds, or fragments of hard substances, form the second layer, and the interior is lined with herbs, moss, and hair. About the month of March, the female lays 5 or 6 eggs of a pale bluish green colour, marked with a great many obscure spots and tints. The cares of incubation, which last about 20 days, are shared by the male. The raven is met with in all climates. It appears to be insensible to the vicissitudes of the seasons. When other birds are overcome by the cold and oppressed by hunger, it leisurely seeks its prey and hunts in the coldest atmosphere. Some travellers assert that they have seen ravens that were entirely white, which is apparently attributable to the rigorous climate of northern regions. The crow (Corvus americanus), like the raven, is a denizen of nearly the whole world. Our native crow is black and glossy, with violet coloured reflections. It is a troublesomely abundant resident in most of the settled districts of North America. It is easily raised and domesticated, and soon learns to distinguish the different members of the family with which it is associated. The fish crow (Corvus ossifragus) keeps apart from the common species, and spends its time near rivers, hovering over the stream to catch up dead and perhaps living fishes. It breeds in New Jersey in tall trees, having nests and eggs very similar to the preceding species. The jackdaw, Corvus monedula, is about the size of a pigeon. It is less black than the crow, inclining even to ash color about the neck and below. It inhabits Europe throughout the year, and keeps about the tops of churches, in old towers, in ruined buildings, and sometimes, though rarely, around chimneys. Its nests are also found in the hollows of trees, and rabbit burrows. The female lays 5 or 6 eggs, which are paler and smaller than those of the raven. Jackdaws are readily tamed and may be taught even to pronounce words. They like to hide a part of their food, and we sometimes find in their holes small pieces of money which they delight in stealing. They feed on grains, insects, and fruits. They are particularly fond of partridge eggs, and they have been known to catch fish. The magpie, Pica, Corvus pica, is a beautiful bird, of a silky black color, with purple, blue, and gold reflections. It is white beneath, and there is a spot of the same color on the wing. The magpie is omnivorous, and often commits great ravages in granaries and poultry yards. It never attempts long journeys, but flies from tree to tree when at a short distance apart. The female takes great pains in the construction of her nest, never leaving a greater opening than is necessary for her own entrance and egress. She covers it with a transparent veil composed of small thorny branches, closely interlaced. She lines it with wool and other soft materials upon which her young ones snugly repose. She lays 7 or 8 eggs of a pale grey colour, spotted black. This bird may be easily tamed and taught to pronounce words, and even short sentences. Often when a strange sound strikes her ear, she endeavours to imitate it. Like other birds of its genus, it is inclined to theft, and also has the habit of concealing superfluous food. The magpies are known to make so great a destruction among the eggs of grouse, pheasants, partridges, and even among young chickens, in many parts of Europe, as to be proscribed by law, and destroyed for the premium justly set on their heads. In this country, these birds are confined to the northern regions, and to the plains and tablelands of the Rocky Mountains west of the Mississippi. In Upper California, there is a species which differs from the preceding in having the bill, and a bare space beneath and behind the eye, yellow. It is called the yellow-billed magpie, Pica nutalii. The jay of Europe, Corvus glandarius, is of a vinous grey, with moustaches, and the quills of the tail black. It is particularly remarkable for a spot of dazzling blue, striped with a deep blue, which marks a part of the wing coverts. Jays are met with that have a white or yellowish plumage and a red iris like that of albinos. This bird is spread almost throughout Europe, where it lives in pairs, which assemble in small troops, and feed on acorns, gooseberries, cherries, and insects. The jays are of a petulant nature. They are very lively, and quick in their motions, and in their frequent paroxysms of rage they forget their own self–preservation, and are sometimes caught by the head betwixt 2 branches and die, thus suspended, in the air. Their perpetual agitation leads to increased violence when confined, and for this reason they are not recognizable in a cage, not being able to preserve the beauty of their feathers, which are soon broken, torn, and disordered by their continual rubbing against its walls. The elegant and common American species, the blue jay, Corvus cristatus, resembles the preceding in its temper and habits. It is crested. It is blue above, and beneath whitish with a black collar. The wing coverts are transversely barred black, and the tail is wedge–shaped. The great crow blackbird, Quiscalus major, is glossy black. This large crow–like species, sometimes called the jackdaw, inhabits the southern maritime parts of the United States. It is sociable in disposition, and often mingles with the common crow blackbirds. It is omnivorous, and feeds on insects, small shell fish, corn, and small grain, so that by turns it may be viewed as the friend or plunderer of the planter. The common crow blackbird (Quiscalus versicolor) and the rusty blackbird (Quiscalus ferrugineus) are two other American species of this genus. Birds of paradise (Paradisea), like the crows, have a straight, quadrangular, pointed beak, which is compressed and a little convex above. Their nostrils are covered by the velvety feathers of the front. These birds, which are indigenous to New Guinea and the neighbouring islands, are all provided with the most brilliant plumage. Their history was for a long time a tissue of fable and absurdity. The female, it was asserted, laid her eggs while flying, and had no legs, and when sleeping it suspended itself from branches of trees by the long thread-like feathers of the tail; that it fed exclusively on dew, and never touched the earth till it was dead. All these accounts have found their place, and observation has revealed the truth. The most celebrated species is the emerald bird of paradise (Paradisea apoda). Its head is small, but ornamented with feathers that in brilliancy rival those of the peacock. The neck is of a yellowish tint. The body is very small, but covered with long feathers of a brown tint sprinkled with gold. Two long bearded filaments, or thread-like feathers, spring from the rump and form the tail. The long, light, and graceful feathers of this bird form the most beautiful and most sought plumes for the decoration of ladies' head dresses. These birds travel in troops of 30 or 40 under the direction of a chief, which the Indians call the king. Their light plumage does not permit them to fly against the wind, and if overtaken by a gale they rise into the upper regions of the atmosphere and leave the storm below them. End of Lesson 4.
Lesson number 5 of the Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert J. Eckrich. The Elements of Ornithology by William Ruschenberger, Lesson number 5. The family of Teneurostris, the family of Syndactyle, the order of Scansoriae. Family of Teneurostris. Birds of this family have a slender, elongated beak without a notch, and which is sometimes straight and sometimes accurate. The principal genera of this family are the nuthatches, creepers, hummingbirds, and hoopoes, which may be recognized by the following characters. The nuthatches, Sitta, have a moderate, straight, depressed beak, which is cylindrical, conical, and trenchant at the point. Their nostrils are partly covered by hairs directed forwards, and their tongue is short and very slightly protractile. They climb with agility in all directions, live on insects, and nestle in the trunks of trees. The common European nuthatch, Sitta europera, is of a bluish ash color. It is sedentary and inhabits the lofty forests. The male joins the female in the spring in constructing the nest. They establish themselves in a hole in a tree, and if the hole is too large, they reduce it with mud, which circumstance is acquired for it the name of mason pie. They line the interior with a thin bed of moss, upon which the female lays from 5 to 7 grayish eggs, marked with small red spots. It is said she is so much attached to her eggs that she never leaves them during the whole period of incubation, and takes no other food than that brought to her by the male. The young escape from the shell about the month of May, and very soon retire to live by themselves. These birds feed on insects, grains, hazelnuts, beechnuts, flaxseed, etc. The mode of getting out the substance of the hazelnuts consists in fixing them solidly in a crack and then piercing them by repeated blows with their beak. In the United States we have the white-breasted nuthatch, Sitta carolinensis, which is lead color, with the head and neck black above and pure white beneath. The red-bellied nuthatch, Sitta canadensis, which is of a rust color beneath, and some others, all of which in their general habits resemble the European species. The creepers, Certhia, have a beak of moderate length, more or less accurate, triangular, compressed and slender. Their nostrils, which are horizontally pierced, are half closed by an arched membrane. Creepers properly so called, Certhia, have a slanting tail, which is furnished with stiff, sharp quills. It serves to aid them in climbing trees. Their tongue is sharp and adapted for piercing insects upon which they feed. There is one species found in Europe and one in the United States. The European creeper, Certhia familiaris, is a small bird which is met with in different parts of Europe, as far north as Siberia. It is constantly climbing trees in pursuit of insects and larvae. The brown creeper, Certhia americana, is of a dark gray varied with white, brown, and dusty, white beneath, the rump and tail rusty. This industrious forager for insects, chiefly dwelling in the seclusion of the forest, is but seldom seen in summer. But on the approach of winter, with other hungry wanderers of similar habits, such as the small woodpeckers and nuthatches, he makes his appearance on the wooded skirts of the village, particularly among pine trees, and occasionally becomes familiar enough to pay a passing visit to the orchard. The species is neither common nor abundant, though their breeding range extends from Pennsylvania to Newfoundland. There are several subdivisions of this genus. Those known in France under the name Echeletes tychodroma climb like the preceding, but without supporting themselves with their tail, which is feeble and rounded. They keep more on walls and rocks than on trees. The hummingbirds, Trochilus, are celebrated for the beautiful colors and metallic luster of their plumage, as well as for their small size. They inhabit America and the adjacent islands. Their beak is long, straight or accurate, tubular, and very slender. Their tongue is long, extensible, and bifid, that is, divided into two filaments. Their nostrils are covered by a wide arched membrane, and their feet, which are very short, have the tarsi shorter than the middle toe. Their wings are very long. Their plumage is sometimes ornamented with patches that are as brilliant as precious stones. They feed on the nectar of flowers, about which they are seen buzzing and balancing in the air like certain flies, or rather butterflies. They sometimes eat small flies and other diminutive insects which they find in flowers. They live isolated, and defend their nests courageously, and sometimes contend fiercely with each other. The northern hummingbird, Trochilus colubris, is golden green, the tail forked and dusky, and the three outer tail feathers are of a rusty white at tip. The male has a changeable ruby-colored throat, which in the female is nearly white. This wonderfully diminutive and brilliant bird is the only one of an American genus of more than 100 species, which ventures beyond the limits of tropical climates. Hoopoes, Upua, have an ornament on the head formed of a double range of long feathers, which they can erect at will. Family of Syndactyle. In the birds of this family, the external toe is almost as long as the middle one, to which it is joined by a membrane as far as the penultimate articulation. The principal genera of this family are the bee-eaters, the kingfishers, and the calaos or hornbills, which may be readily distinguished from each other by the form of the beak. In the bee-eaters it is of a moderate size and slightly accurate. In the kingfishers long and straight, and in the hornbills of a disproportionate size and surrounded by an enormous protuberance. The bee-eaters, Merops, have a moderate-sized beak, which is trenchant, pointed, slightly curved, without a notch or tooth, and with an elevated edge. Their nostrils are partly concealed by hairs directed forwards. The external toe is joined to the middle one as far as the second articulation, and the latter is joined to the external as far as the first articulation. The common bee-eater, Merops apister, is the only one found in Europe, has a fawn-colored back, a deep marine blue front and belly, and a yellow throat surrounded by black. It feeds on insects, particularly wasps and bees, which it seizes while on the wing. It constructs its nest in the precipitous banks of streams and large rivers, into which it digs to considerable depths. The kingfishers, Alcedo, have a quadrangular beak, which is long, straight, pointed, and trenchant. Their nostrils are almost entirely closed by a naked membrane. Their legs are short and bare to above the knee. The only species found in Europe is Alcedo insipida. It is rather larger than a sparrow, and is green, undulated with black above, with a stripe of deep marine blue along the back, reddish beneath, with a ribbon of the same color on each side of the neck. The American species, the belted kingfisher, Alcedo alcyon, is crested and of a bluish slate color. It inhabits all the northern part of the American continent. His delight is to dwell amidst the most sequestered scenes, on the borders of rivers and streams, abounding in small fish and insects, upon which he feeds. By the broken or rocky bank of his aquatic retreat, he may be frequently seen perched on some dead and projecting branch, scrutinizing the waters for his expected prey. If unsuccessful, he courses along the stream just above the surface, and occasionally hovers for an instant with rapidly moving wings over the spot where he perceives his gliding quarry. In the next instant, descending with a quick spiral sweep, he seizes a fish with which he rises to his post and swallows in an instant. When startled from the perch, on which he spends many vacant hours digesting his prey, he utters commonly a loud, harsh, and grating cry, very similar to the uninterrupted cracklings of a watchman's rattle, and almost, as it were, the vocal counterpart to the watery tumult amidst which he usually resides. The nest is burrowed in some dry bank above the reach of inundation, to a depth of 5 or 6 feet. The female lays 6 or 7 white eggs, and is assisted by the male in the incubation, which continues about 16 days. The calaos, or hornbills, Buceros, are large birds of India and Africa, remarkable for their enormous dentated beak, which is more or less accurate, surmounted by a crest or prominence, often as large as the beak itself. These singular birds hunt mice, reptiles, small birds, and even attack dead bodies. Order of Sanscorii, or Zygodactyli. In birds of this order, the external toe is directed backwards, like the thumb, which arrangement gives them a more solid support, and of which some genera take advantage in clinging to and climbing the trunks of trees. It is from this circumstance they have obtained the common name of climbers, although, strictly speaking, it is not applicable to all of them, as there are many birds that truly climb, which, owing to the disposition of their toes, do not belong to this group. Every bird that has 2 toes directed forward and 2 directed backwards belongs to the order of Sanscorii, or climbers. The habits of most of the species that belong to it are not known, and they vary in almost every genus. The climbers generally nest in the hollows of old trees. Their powers of flight are middling. Like the Passerinae, they feed on insects, or fruits according as their beak is more or less strong. It is remarked that in most of the genera that the sternum has 2 notches behind, which conformation is in accordance with the little strength of the muscles of their wings. The principal genera may be distinguished by the following characters. The woodpeckers, Picus, are distinguished by their long, straight black beak, which is adapted for piercing the bark of trees, by their slender tongue, armed near the end with spines curved backwards, which can be extended considerably beyond the beak, and by their tail, which is composed of 10 quills with stiff and elastic stalks, which serve them as a support when they climb trees. All these birds are climbers and have a family likeness to each other. They all have the habit of tapping and raising up the bark of trees to seize the insects which it conceals, and, after having struck on one side, of quickly running to the opposite to seize the insects which the noise may have caused to run away. It is erroneously believed that they can, in this way, pierce trees entirely through. Most woodpeckers are marked with red, either on the head or body, almost all of them streaked or speckled with brown on the ground color of their plumage. Their cry is sharp, and their flight heavy. They are lean, little esteemed, and inhabit all parts of the world, both within and without equatorial regions, except New Holland. There are several species of woodpeckers in the United States. the most common of which are the flicker or golden-winged woodpecker, Picus auratus, and the red-headed woodpecker, Picus erythrocephalus. Birds resembling woodpeckers are known, which have but 3 toes, 2 of which are directed forward and 1 backwards. The wrynecks, yunks, have the protractile tongue of the woodpeckers, but without the spines. Their straight and pointed beak is nearly round, without any well-marked angles, and is not sufficiently strong to penetrate and raise the bark of trees. Like the woodpeckers, they live on insects, but climb much less. The European wryneck, Yunx torquila, is of the size of a lark. It is brown above, streaked in little blackish waves, and longitudinal meshes of fawn color and black. Beneath it is whitish with transverse blackish stripes. This bird, which is solitary in its habits, loves the mountain woods, and makes its appearance in France in May and departs again in September. Without making a nest, it lays in the holes of trees soon after its arrival. The wryneck derives its name from a habit, which is peculiar to it, of twisting and turning the neck to one side and behind, while the head is turned toward the back and the eyes half closed. The cuckoos, Cuculus, have a moderate beak, well cleft and slightly accurate. The tarsi are short and the tail long, composed of 10 quills. They are birds of passage and live on insects. The female makes no nest and takes no care of her young. She deposits her eggs in the nests of other birds, most frequently in that of the fauvette. The strange nurse to whom the cuckoo confides her eggs becomes not only the best of mothers for the young prodigy that does not belong to her, but to take care of them she neglects her own eggs and only hatches a part of them. It is remarked that the young cuckoos raise up the young ones of the fauvette and push them out of the nest, that they may not share the attentions of their common nurse. These birds remain in the nest more than 3 weeks after their birth, and for 5 weeks longer their adopted mother supplies them with food. The American species, on the contrary, are faithfully paired and take care of their young. The yellow-billed cuckoo, or rain crow, Culus americanus, is dark grayish-brown with bronzy reflections and white beneath. The toucans, Rhamphastos, are easily recognized by their enormous beak, which is almost as large and as long as the body. Internally it is light and cellular, accurate towards the end, and irregularly dentate on the edge. Their nostrils, which are surrounded by a membrane, are concealed behind the horny mass that sheathes the front. Their tongue is long, narrow, and furnished on each side with barbs, like a feather. These singular animals inhabit only the hottest parts of America. They live in troops and feed on fruits and insects. They seek the nests of other birds and devour their eggs and their recently hatched young. When they obtain their prey, they do not attempt to grind it in their beak, because its structure prevents, but they toss it in the air and, receiving it as it falls, swallow it whole. The parrots, Psittacus, form a genus numerous in species, which are found in all warm countries. They have a large, hard, solid beak, which is rounded everywhere, and surrounded at its base by a membrane through which the nostrils are pierced. Their tongue is thick, fleshy, and round. Their feet are short and strong. They feed on fruits and climb trees, assisting themselves with their feet and beak. They readily become familiar, and some species imitate the human voice very well, but their clamorous disposition renders them disagreeable in the house. The plumage of parrots varies in color. It is generally remarkable for its clear and vivid tints. Frequently green predominates, while in certain species, on the contrary, red is the prevailing color. From their intelligence, these birds seem to claim a place at the head of their class, and form the connecting link between it and the superior beings in the scale of animals. They learn to talk, retain airs, and are, in short, susceptible of education. They convey their food to the beak with their claws. They are frugivorous, and also feed on buds, tender bark, roots, and sweet juices of plants. This genus is divided into macaws, parakeets, parrots properly so called, cockatoos, etc. The macaws, ara, have a wedge-shaped tail, which is longer than the body, a strong beak, and a naked face. They are all American. The ara acarii, or blue macaw, is the one most frequently seen in France, where it is produced in the domestic state. It is from 30 to 32 inches in length. All the upper parts, that is, the top of the head, the back of the neck, the back, the rump, the wings, and all the top of the tail are of a brilliant azure blue. The chest and all the under part of the body are of a bright yellow. The naked space on the cheeks is of considerable extent, and is of a rosy white color, with 3 little horizontal lines of black feathers. The throat is surrounded by a broad greenish collar. The parakeets also have a wedge-shaped tail, which is sometimes longer than the body, sometimes of the same length, and sometimes shorter. They have a moderate beak, and the face is ordinarily feathered. The Carolina parrot, Psittacus carolinensis, is green, the head and neck yellow, forehead and cheeks orange, tail elongated. Of the more than 200 known species of this brilliant genus, it is the only one found inhabiting the United States. It is rarely met with north of Virginia. The parrots properly so called have a short, square tail, a stout and strongly hooked beak, the face feathered, a large head, and a stout body. They all inhabit the torrid zone. The gray parrot, or jacko, Psittacus erythricus, is entirely ash color with a red tail. It is originally from Africa, and is much prized on account of its gentleness, its attachment to its master, and the facility with which it learns to speak. The name of Amazonian parrots is given to those that are very large, with a stout body and green plumage. The cockatoos have the head ornamented with a tuft of feathers. The plumage of the greater number is white, and of all of the various species, they are the most docile. End of lesson number 5. Recording by Robert J. Eckrich, Germantown, Maryland, USA.
Lesson 6 of the Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TechSavvy. The Elements of Ornithology by William RUSCHENBERGER. Lesson 6. Order of Gallinaceae. 1. The order of Gallinaceae comprises those terrestrial birds which have a short or moderate beak vaulted above, the nostrils pierced through a membranous space and covered by a cartilaginous scale, the body heavy, and the wings in general short. 2. These birds are essentially granivorous and are provided with a very strong muscular gizzard. They delight in seeking their food on the ground amidst dust. Their sternum is weakened by 2 large notches which occupy its posterior part on each side. Their inferior larynx is very simple, and not one of them sings agreeably. 3. Most of our poultry belongs to this order, and no other affords man so many resources for his wants or his pleasures. The flesh of many of the Gallinaceae supplies a light and wholesome meat, which nourishes without overloading the stomach. Their feathers are applied to different purposes. They are employed as ornaments and also in the useful arts. These birds are almost all from the warm countries of both continents. 4. This order is divided into 2 families as follows. 5. First, the Gallinaceae, properly so called, having the interior toes united at their base by a short membrane, which is dentate on the edges. The tail is generally composed of 14 or a greater number of quills. 6. Second, the pigeons, having the toes entirely divided and the tail formed of 12 quills. Family of Gallinaceae, properly so called. 7. The Gallinaceae, properly so called, have a short, convex beak, with the upper mandible arched or vaulted and curved from its base to the point. Their nostrils, which are pierced through a broad membranous space, are covered by a cartilaginous scale. Their 3 front toes are united by a short membrane. The posterior toe articulates high on the tarsus above the articulations of the anterior toes. Sometimes, though rarely, the posterior toe is entirely wanting, or it is very small, and in many species, principally in the male, we remark on the posterior part of the tarsus above the thumb a process or projection called a spur, formed by a bony spine covered externally with horn, more or less pointed according to the species, and which increases in length as the animal advances in age. The tarsi are short or of moderate length, and the feet are adapted for running or walking. These birds are very heavy. The body is fleshy and the wings short, which, with the weakness of their pectoral muscles, renders their flight laborious. They are all pulverators, that is, they love to scratch the ground and wallow in the dust. They generally feed on grains, sometimes on insects, and many species on berries and buds, or swallow fluids when introduced into the beak. They elevate their head in the air. The females live in troops with a single male. Their nest is almost always made without art upon the ground, and the male takes no part either in its construction or in the incubation of the eggs, the number of which is generally considerable. So soon as the young ones escape from the shell, they walk, eat alone, and abandon the nest to follow their mother. They remain together, forming a family until the following spring, when they separate. The sexes differ very much from each other in their plumage, at least until they have attained an advanced age, when the female sometimes appears in the plumage of the male, which is more brilliant. They also differ in size, the female in most species being smallest. 8. The principal genera composing this family may be recognized by the following characters. 9. The hawkos, Alector, are large gallinaceans, birds of America, analogous to turkeys, with a large round tail, composed of 12 large stiff quills. Their beak is thick, stout, compressed at the sides, surrounded at the base by a naked skin, which is sometimes gibbous. The tarsi are elongate, and without spurs. They have 4 toes, 3 before and 1 behind, the latter resting a part of its length on the ground. These peaceful birds are easily tamed, and keep in great forests and on mountains. They seek their food on the ground and perch upon the highest trees. Some nest on the large branches of trees and others on the ground. Their nest is composed externally of dried branches and moss, and internally of leaves. They lay from 2 to 8 eggs. In some parts of America, hawkos are reared as poultry. Their head is ornamented with a tuft of elevated feathers, which are curled at the end. 10. Turkeys. Meleagris have the head and the top of the neck covered by a papillated skin, which is destitute of feathers. Under the throat there is an appendage which hangs from the neck, and on the front another conical appendage, which lengthens and swells in the male during excitement. A pencil of stiff hairs or bristles hangs from the lower part of the neck of the male. The tail coverts, which are shorter and stiffer than in the peacock, can be erected in the same manner so as to form a circle. The males have feeble spurs. Turkeys, of which only 2 species are known, are originally from America, whence the missionaries introduced them into Europe. The first turkeys appeared in France in 1570 and were served at the wedding of Charles IX. They have been naturalized in all climates on account of the excellence of their flesh. 11. Peacocks. Peacocks have a moderate conical curved beak which is naked at the base. The superior mandible is convex and vaulted. The head, which is covered with feathers, is ornamented with a crest. The tarsi are armed behind with a conical spur, but the most remarkable characteristic of these birds is that the upper tail coverts in the male are longer than the quills, and may be elevated when he spreads his tail. The common peacock, Pavo cristatus, has the head crowned with a crest of 24 straight feathers, and the feathers of the rump, which have a floating or loose beard, are of unequal size, being shorter in proportion as they are superior, and each one is terminated by numerous brilliant metallic circles. The female is destitute of this ornament, the richness and the beauty of which, known throughout the world, are beyond description, particularly when the bird spreads its tail. The peacock is still widely diffused in the wild state in the north of India and in most parts of the Indian archipelago. 12. The pintados of Guyana fowls, Numida, have a naked head with fleshy wattles on the lower part of the cheeks, and the cranium is generally surmounted by a callous crest. Their feet are without spurs. Their tail is short and pendant, and the feathers of the rump give the body a rounded form. 13. All the pintados are originally from Africa. They live in numerous troops under bushes and in copses, where they seek berries and small snails on which they feed. The European species have been transported to the New World, where in many places they have become naturalized in the wild state. 14. Pheasants, Xenius, are naked around the eyes, and cheeks are covered by a red skin or by very short feathers. They have no crest, and lower mandible is without wattles. The tail quills, 18 in number in most of the species, are placed on each other in 2 layers like shingles on the roof of a house, or in other words, the tail is tectiform and maintained in a horizontal position. This genus is divided into many subgenera, among which we will cite the cocks and the pheasants properly so called. 15. The cocks, or gallus, have a beak naked at the base, furnished with 2 pendant and compressed caruncles. The head is surmounted by a fleshy crest or a bundle of feathers. The tarsi are armed with a long curved spurs, and only the end of the thumb rests on the ground. The wings are short. The quills of the tail, 14 in number, form 2 vertical planes placed back to back. In the male, the coverts of the latter are prolonged into an arch over the tail proper. 16. The common cock, Xenius gallus, the female of which is called a hen, is originally from India. It is still met with wild in the mountains of India, but in the domestic state it is spread throughout the world. There exists a great number of varieties of it. 17. The pheasants, properly so called, have a long cuneiform tail, each of the quills of which, being inclined on 2 planes, cover each other like the shingles of a roof. To this group belongs the common pheasant of Europe, which is so originally from Asia, and which is also remarkable for the beauty of its plumage. In the male, the top of the head and the upper part of the neck are of a silver gray, which, in the reflections of the light, seems to change to blue. The feathers of the chest, of the shoulders, of the middle and the back, as well as those of the sides beneath the wings, have a blackish ground with a purple edges on transverse lines of gold color. The plumage of the female is not so beautiful as that of the male. The iris is yellow, and the eyes are placed between 2 parts which are of the scarlet color. It is said that the pheasant was originally introduced into Europe by the Argonauts from the banks of the river Phasis in Asia Minor. 18. The golden pheasant, the Cyanus pictus, comes from China. It is one of the most beautiful birds known. The belly is of a bright red. A tuft of golden yellow reclines from the top of the head. The neck is surrounded by a magnificent orange collar, sprinkled with black. The upper part of the back is green, and the lower part, as well as the rump, is yellow. The wings are bright red with a beautiful spot of blue. The tail, which is very long, is brown, spotted with gray. 19. The argus, Cyanus argus, comes from the south of Asia. The head and neck are nearly naked. The tarsi are without spurs, and secondary feathers of the wings are covered with eye-like spots, which, when the wings are spread, give the bird a remarkable appearance. 20. No true pheasant has yet been discovered in America. 21. The grouse, Tetrao, are recognized by a naked and ordinarily red strip that occupies the place of the eyebrow. They are very numerous and are divided into many subgenera, the principal of which are the following. 22. First, the heathcocks have the tarsi covered with feathers and without spurs and toes naked, and the tail round or forked. 23. Second, the ptarmigans, or white grouse, which have the toes feathered as well as the legs. 24. The partridges, the tarsi of which are naked like the toes, and armed only in the male with short spurs or simple tubercles. 25. Fourth, the quails, which also have naked tarsi without spurs, and in which the eyebrow is not red. 26. The heathcocks, Tetrao, are for the most part birds of large size. There is one species in France which is larger than Turkey, and even larger than any other gallinaceous bird. The great heathcock, Tetrao urogallus. The plumage of the male is slate color, finely and transversely striped with black. The female, which is a third smaller, is fawn color with transverse black or brown lines. The young resemble the female up to the first molting. This bird is found in considerable numbers in Russia, Siberia, and generally in all the northern parts of Europe and Asia, and is more rare in Germany, Hungary, and France. It also lives in the same place, inhabiting through preference mountain forests, and feeds chiefly on berries, buds, young shoots, grains, insects, and worms. Its flesh is delicious. 27. The ruffed grouse is mottled. The tail is gray or ferruginous, speckled or barred with black. The male has a ruff of broad black feathers on the sides of the neck. In the female, the ruff is smaller and dusky brown. It is known by the name of the pheasant in the middle and western states, and by that of the partridge in New England. It inhabits the American continent from Hudson's Bay to Georgia, but is most abundant in the northern and middle parts of the United States. It feeds chiefly on berries. 28. The pinnated grouse, Tetrao is partly crested and mottled, and the tail is rather short and much rounded. The grouse or prairie hen is confined to dry, barren, and bushy tracts of small extent, and in several places it is now nearly or wholly exterminated. It is still met with on the grouse plains of New Jersey, on the bushy plains of Long Island, in the similar shrubby barrens in Connecticut, and in the island of Martha's Vineyard on the south side of Massachusetts Bay. 29. The ptarmigans, or white grouse, have a round or square tail, and often become white in winter. The ptarmigan constantly resides in the coldest Arctic deserts, and in the lofty mountains of Central Europe, where, as the snow begins to melt away, it seeks out its frozen bed by ascending the limits of eternal ice. It is common to the extreme northern regions of both the old and the new continent. It feeds on many kinds of berries, heath, young shoots of pine, and occasionally eats a few insects. To protect themselves against the extreme cold of the climate, ptarmigans dwell in the snow. As soon as they leave their frozen retreats in the morning, they fly vigorously upward in the air, shaking the snow from their warm and white clothing. They are much esteemed as food in every country where they occur, and are commonly taken in nets. Between the months of April and May, it is said that as many as 10,000 are taken for the use of the Hudson's Bay settlement, and in Europe during the winter they are carried in thousands to the markets of Norway. 30. Partridges live in pairs and keep on the ground. Two species of partridge are common in France, the gray and the red. The gray partridge, Tetrao cinereus, keeps in the fields. It is ashy brown, elegantly mingled with black. The tail is short and the legs are of a greenish white. The beak and feet are ash color. In young partridges there is observed between eye and ear a naked skin which is of a brilliant scarlet. The male has on the breast a chestnut colored spot in the form of a horseshoe. The female is distinguished by a less brilliant and less marked colors. She lays from 12 to 18 eggs, and makes a nest on the ground of dry leaves and moss. The young ones run the moment they escape from the shell, a part of which they frequently drag after them. It not unfrequently happens that they place the eggs of a partridge under a hen, who sits upon and takes care of them as they were their own. 31. The red partridge, Tetrao rufus, has the beak and feet red. It prefers to keep on hills and elevated places. Its flesh is whiter than that of the gray partridge. 32. Ortyx have the beak short, thick, higher than it is wide. The upper mandible curved from the base. No naked space around the eye. The nostrils half closed by a membrane. The tarsus is destitute of spur or tubercle. 33. These birds alight on low trees or bushes, sometimes roosting in them. They also dwell on the ground, both by night and day. They are usually monogamous, the male taking charge of and protecting the young, which associate with the old until the time of pairing. These are peculiar to America. 34. The American partridge or quail, Ortyx virginiana, is without a crest, the plumage cinnamon brown, varied with black and whitish, throat white, bounded with a black crescent, beak black, the feet ash color. Though the partridges of America are exceedingly prolific, they have been so thinned in some parts of the country that sportsmen acquainted with their local attachments have known to introduce them into places of breeding to prevent their threatened extermination. 35. The quails, Coturnix, are smaller than partridges and have a shorter tail. The common quail of Europe, Tetrao coturnix, has a brown back, waved with black and dotted with white, a brown throat, and a whitish eyebrow. The female makes a nest like the partridge. She lays 6 or 7 eggs, which are of a grey color with brown spots. They are hatched at the end of about 3 weeks. 36. Quails are birds of passage and celebrated for their migrations. They are found throughout Europe and in most parts of the United States. In the autumn, they pass in immense troops from Europe across the Mediterranean to the coast of Africa. They return in the spring, and at that time they rest on some one of the islands of archipelago. Family of pigeons. 37. The pigeons, Columba, are regarded as forming the natural link or transition between the passerine or Gallinaceae. 38. Pigeons have a moderate, compressed, straight, vaulted beak, which is curved at the point. Their nostrils are in the middle of the beak, pierced through a soft skin, and covered by a cartilaginous scale, which is inflated or bulged at the base of the beak. Their feet are frequently red. They have 3 toes in front, which are entirely separate, and a posterior toe, which is articulated upon the same plane as the others. They fly well and differ very much from the common Gallinaceae in their habits. When they drink, they do not elevate the head as the latter do, and they ordinarily perch on trees. These birds always live in a state of monogamy, and the male never leaves his female companion. They evince great mutual tenderness, and express it by frequently caressing each other and by the accents of their voice, the modulation and tone of which has been designed by the term cooing. Both unite in the construction of the nest, and place it according to the species, sometimes on the tops of the highest trees, amongst bushes, or even on the ground, and other times in the cavities of rocks. This nest, coarsely constructed of small branches and leaves, is very open, and ordinarily receives only 2 eggs, upon which the male and female alternately sit. One of these 2 eggs usually gives birth to a male and the other to a female, and these 2 individuals being reared together remain forever after paired. They feed their young by disgorging into their little throats grains macerated in their own stomach, and which they cause to regurgitate into the beak by a kind of contraction. 39. These birds form but a single genus. Among the wild species in Europe are the cushat, the rock dove, and the turtle dove. 40. Pigeons are reared in vast numbers in the domestic state. One of the most celebrated race is the carrier pigeon, which is distinguished from all others by a broad naked band which surrounds the eye and its deep black plumage. It is remarkable for its rapid flight, and for the singular faculty it possesses of again finding the place where it was born, or where it left its young, after having been carried to the very great distances. It has been often employed to convey letters, and has been known to make a journey of upwards of 100 leagues in a few hours. 41. Among the American species the most remarkable is the passenger pigeon, Columba migratoria, which is a bluish gray with a white belly and black tail. The wild pigeon of America, it is estimated, can fly several hundred miles at a rate of a mile a minute. The whole species seems to be always congregated in one huge flock composed of millions of individuals, and they remain in one locality for several years, and then leave it from dearth of food, which appears to be the one sole cause that determines their migrations. They feed on acorns and berries. End of Lesson 6. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Lesson 7 of The Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caillot. The Elements of Ornithology by William Ruschenberger. Lesson 7. Order of Grallatoriae. Zoological characters, habits, division into 8 families. Family of Peripines, ostrich, organization, habits, cassowaries. Family of Prasarostres, bustards, plovers, lapwings. Family of Culturostres, cranes, common crane, herons, common heron, storks, common stork, spoonbills. Family of Longerostres, genus of curlews, ibis, sacred ibis, snipe, woodcock, common snipe, the avocets. Family of Macrodactyli, rails, water hens. Family of flamingos, common flamingo, habits. Order of Grallatoriae. The order of Grallatoriae is composed of birds that have the lower part of the leg naked like the tarsus. Almost all these birds are remarkable for the length of their legs, and appear as if they are mounted on stilts. Their feet most generally have a small palmate membrane betwixt the external toes, and they sometimes are without a thumb. Their form is ordinarily lank, and their neck is very long. Their beak varies in its shape, but is also in general very long. Most of the Grallatoriae, which are also called waders, are beach birds, frequent watery places, and wade in shallow waters to seek their food. With some exceptions, they all feed on animal substances, and seek fishes, reptiles, or worms and insects, according as their beak is strong or weak. A small number of them feed on grains and herbage, and these only live remote from water. And almost all these birds have very long wings. They fly well, and extend their legs behind them when they fly, whereas other birds, on the contrary, fold them under the belly. The Grallatoriae, which build their nests on trees and in elevated situations, are monogamous, and feed their young until they are able to fly. Almost all of those that build on the ground are polygamous, and their young seek their own food soon after birth. This order is composed of 5 principal families and 3 small isolated groups, which differ too much from the other Grallatoriae to be comprised in the preceding divisions, and may therefore be considered as forming so many separate families. The 5 principal families, which are characterized according to the form of the beak, are the Peripenes, the Presserostres, the Cultrerostres, the Longirostres, and the Macrodactylae. The 3 accessory families, each one of which is formed of a single genus, are the sheathbills or vaginals, the Glariolés, and flamingos. Family of Peripenes. The Peripenes are very large birds that are entirely incapable of flying, and have rudimentary wings only. But they are remarkable for the strength of their posterior extremities, which renders them excellent runners. Here, the muscles of the chest, not being required as in the case in other birds to make the strong efforts necessary to depress the wings during flight, are very small, and there is no projecting keel in the middle of the sternum for their attachment, as in other birds. This bone is in the form of a simple shield. It is to be observed also that all the Peripenes want the thumb, and that both in the form of their beak and in their regimen they are very analogous to the Gallinaceae. This family is composed of 2 genera, the ostriches and the cassowaries. The first have broad, flexible feathers, and the second are covered with narrow, stiff plumes, almost like bristles. Ostriches, Struthio, are very large birds with long legs and tarsi, a long, slender neck, and a very small head. They have only rudimentary wings, composed of loose, flexible feathers, with isolated barbs, which are entirely unsuitable for flight, but which these animals make use of in running. The beak, which is of moderate length, is soft at the end. The eye is large, and the lids are fringed with eyelashes. The tongue is short and rounded like a crescent. The crop is enormous, the gizzard very strong, and the intestines voluminous. And above the cloaca there is a sort of large reservoir in which the urine accumulates as in a bladder. This is the only bird that urinates. 2 species of ostriches are known, one proper to the eastern continent and characterized by having only 2 toes, the other proper to America, which is recognizable by having 3 toes. The ostrich of the eastern continent, Struthio camellus, is the largest of birds. It attains 6 or 7 feet in height and weighs as much as 80 pounds. The head and neck are thinly covered with feathers. The back, breast, and belly are covered with black, mingled with white and grey feathers, and those of the wings and tail are white. The thighs are almost as naked as the neck, and of the 2 toes which terminate the foot, the external one is but half the length of the other, and without a nail. This bird lives in numerous troops on the sandy deserts of Africa and Arabia. It is essentially herbivorous, but it is so voracious that it indiscriminately devours everything that falls within its reach until its stomach is filled. It even swallows stones, fragments of metal, pieces of wood and animal, as well as the vegetable substances upon which it feeds. The strength of its stomach is enormous. It can run more rapidly than the fleetest horse. The strength of this animal is astonishing, An ostrich with 2 men on its back has been known to run faster than an excellent English courser. The eggs of the ostrich weigh nearly 3 pounds each. In those countries which are not very warm, the female and even the male sits upon them. But on the burning deserts near the equator they leave them in the sand, exposed to the heat of the sun. The period of incubation seems to be about 6 weeks, and the young are feathered when born and able to run at once. The broad, flexible feathers of the wings and tail of the African ostrich are much prized as ornaments. The American, or 3-toed ostrich, Struthiorea, is more than 1/2 smaller than that of the eastern continent. Its plumage is grayish, and the feathers are scarcely of any value. It abounds in Buenos Aires. The cassowaries, Casuarius, are recognized at first sight by the feathers, the barbs of which being so lightly fringed that at a distance they resemble pendant hairs. Their wings are even shorter than those of the ostrich, and are totally useless even in running. These species are known namely, the emu, or crested cassowary, and the cassowary of New Holland. The emu, or crested cassowary, Struthio casuarius, is almost as large as the ostrich of the eastern continent, but not so tall. It is remarkable on account of the azure blue and red skin that covers the head and part of the neck, for its pendant caruncles like those of a turkey, and for a sort of helmet or crest formed by a bony prominence covered with horn which surmounts the head. The feathers of the body are black, and for the most part double. It runs almost as rapidly as the ostrich. It inhabits the Indian archipelago. The cassowary of New Holland, Casuarius novae hollandiae, is of a brownish grey, and almost the whole head as well as the neck is covered with fringed feathers. Its speed is greater than that of the preceding species. Its flesh resembles beef. Family of Prasirostris. The Prasirostris, like the Peripenes and many of the Longerostris, are high on their legs, and without a thumb, or the thumb is too short to touch the ground. Their beak is of moderate length and sufficiently strong to dig the earth in search for worms. Their wings are sometimes short, but can always be used in flight. The family is composed of bustards, the plovers, and lapwings, and some other genera. The bustards, Otis, are large, heavy birds that resemble the Gallinaceae in the massive form of their bodies, and in having the upper mandible slightly vaulted. Their wings are short, and they fly but little. Most commonly like the ostriches, they employ them only to accelerate their speed when running. Their food consists of grains, herbs, worms, and insects. 2 species are found in Europe, namely, the great bustard and the little bustard. The great bustard, Otis tarda, which is of a bright fawn color, crossed with numerous black streaks on the back, and greyish on the rest of the body, attains to more than 3 feet in length. The male is the largest of European birds. The female is about 1/3 smaller. It is a timid bird, and keeps on naked and extended plains. It flies little, but runs with great rapidity. It nests in fields of grain, and often unites in bands of from 50 to 60 individuals. The little bustard, Otis tetrax, is more than 1/2 smaller than the preceding. It is brown, dotted with black above and whitish beneath. It is less frequently met with than the great bustard. The plovers, Caratrius, like the preceding, have no thumb. but their moderate beak is compressed and swelled at the end. Their wings are moderate, and they fly well. They habitually frequent sea-coasts, the mouths of rivers, maritime marshes, and feed chiefly on worms which they induce to crawl out of the ground by striking their feet upon it. Some species live solitary and others in small troops. They emigrate every year in more or less numerous troops, and it is chiefly in the autumn during the rains that they are seen in greatest numbers. From this circumstance they have obtained their name. When on land they are in constant motion, and they fly in a long file. Their flesh is delicate and esteemed. In those provinces where they are common, many are taken by means of nets. The species of France are seen only in autumn and spring. They are the dotterel, the golden plover, and the ring plover. They are all found in the United States. There are several species which have a horny spur on the carpal end of the forearm. The lapwings, Vanellus, differ from plovers in having a thumb, but it is so small that it does not touch the ground. Their habits are the same, and they often go in company with them. The crested lapwing, Vanellus cristatus, inhabits Europe. It is a pretty bird of the size of a pigeon, bronze-black with a long and slender crest. It arrives in France in the spring, builds its nest in the fields, and remains through the summer. But most of the species very soon after their arrival continue their course to the north, and return in the autumn. The oyster-catchers, Hamatopus, have a somewhat longer beak than the plovers and lapwings. They dwell exclusively along the borders of the sea, frequenting beaches and sandy shores, where they are seen to follow the waves in search of marine insects. The oyster-catcher, Hamatopus australigus, is common to the north of both continents, and is frequent on the seashores of New Jersey and the southern states. Family of Callitriostris. All the Grallatoriae of this family have a long, thick, strong beak, which is frequently transient and pointed. In general, they have a well-marked thumb. It may be divided into three tribes, namely, first, the cranes, which have a straight beak, slightly cleft, and nearly one half of it is occupied by the membranous fossae of the nostrils. Second, the herons, whose beak is strong, cleft to beneath the eyes, and grooved. Third, the storks, whose beak is very long and very strong. The cranes, grouse, have a straight beak which is but slightly cleft. The toes are moderate, the external ones being a little palmate, and the thumb scarcely touches the ground. Almost all of them have the head and neck, to a greater or less extent, destitute of feathers. Their habits are more terrestrial than those of the other Callitriostris, and their food is more vegetable. The trumpeters, Sophia, and cranes, properly so called, are ranged under this division. Among the former are the crowned crane, which comes from the western coast of Africa, and the Numidian crane. And amongst the latter is the common crane, which is more than 4 feet high, and which is celebrated for the migrations it makes every autumn from north to south, and every spring in a contrary direction in numerous and well-conducted troops. The whooping crane, Grus americana, is white, primaries black and with black shafts, the whole crown and cheeks bald. The stately crane, the largest of all the feathered tribes in the United States, is met with in almost every part of North America, dwelling amidst marshes and dark and desolate swamps. It retires to the West Indies to pass the winter, though some have been known to linger through the whole of the inclement season, in the swamps of New Jersey near Cape May. The herons, Ardea, are more carnivorous, and are recognized by their larger toes, and by their strong beak, which is cleft to beneath the eyes, and acuminated. They are gloomy birds, and build their nests in swamps along the banks of rivers. They feed on fish, frogs, moles, insects, etc. The tribe is divided into herons, properly so called, boatbills, cancroma, etc. The beak in the first is higher than it is wide, and in the second flattened and very broad. Herons, properly so called, Ardea, have the eyes surrounded by a naked membrane which extends to the beak. The tarsi are scutellated, etc. The common heron, Ardea cinerea, is a large bird, the plumage of which is bluish ash color, with the front of the neck white, sprinkled with black tears, and a black tuft on the occiput. It is almost always solitary, and is often seen for hours together, on the same spot, standing motionless on one foot, the body almost straight, the neck bent, and the beak resting on one shoulder. It is gloomy and timid, and in general flies during the night, when it utters a harsh, sharp cry. Its flight is not rapid, but very powerful, and it can soar to an immense height. Its depredations on the fishes of European rivers render it highly prejudicial. It is celebrated on account of the sport which the wealthy in former times derived from hunting it with falcons. The crab-eater is a species of heron of small size, which is found in the mountainous districts of France. It frequents the vicinity of ponds. The name of egrets is given to certain herons, the feathers of which on the lower part of the back, at a certain period, are long and fringed. The most beautiful species, the feathers of which are used for ornamental purposes, are the great and the little egret. Their plumage is entirely white, and they are met with in Europe. The bitterns and night herons also belong to this tribe. The tribe of storks is characterized by a larger and smoother beak than the preceding, and by strong, almost equal palmate membranes betwixt the bases of the toes. The storks, properly so called, Ciconia, have a large beak which is moderately cleft. Their light and broad mandibles, by striking against each other, produce a peculiar clash. Their legs are reticulated and not very muscular. Their movements are slow, and their steps long and measured. In their powerful and sustained flight they carry their head stiffly in advance, and their legs, extended behind, serve them for a rudder. The white stork, Ardea ciconia, appears in France and Germany in the spring, and passes the winter in Africa. It is a large white bird, with the primaries of the wings black, and the beak and feet red. They live in pairs, and return every year to lay in the same nest. There is no bird which has received, from different nations, more universal protection than this, which is, in fact, everywhere useful in ridding the soil of prejudicial animals, without, at the same time, doing the smallest injury. Among the ancients, this veneration was carried to such an extent that it was made a crime to kill one of these birds. In Thessaly it was even punishable by death. Like the ibis, the stork was an object of worship amongst the Egyptians, and its instinctive qualities have no doubt contributed to increase this respect which is perpetuated among the Orientals, and still observed in Switzerland and Holland. It has so much affection for its young that it does not quit them in the greatest danger. It is recorded in history that the stork of Delft, which was uselessly urged to carry away her young, remained and perished with them in the conflagration of that city. The tender attentions which these birds pay to their parents in old age are not less remarkable, and it is for this reason that the Greeks have their name to the law which obliges children to furnish aliment to their parents when they are in want. Some species of storks have on the middle of the neck an appendage which resembles a large sausage, on account of which they are called pouched storks. The feathers from beneath their wings form those light plumes which are called by the French marabou. One species is found in Senegal and another in India. The spoonbills, Platalea, resemble the storks in their whole structure, but their beak, from which they derive their name, is flat, and widened at the end into a round disc like a spatula. This conformation permits them to feed only on little animals, which they obtain either by rooting in the mud or fishing in the water. One species is spread throughout the eastern continent, and another is proper to South America. Family of Longerostris. The Longerostris have a long, slender, and feeble beak, which is only suitable for rooting in the mud, in search of worms and small insects. These Grallatoriae form two tribes, snipes, in which the beak is straight or curved downwards, and the avocets, in which the beak is curved upwards. The first of these groups is composed of the ibis and curlews, in which the beak is arcuate, and snipes, properly so called, sandpipers, the ruffs, and a great number of other birds in which the beak is straight. The ibises have the beak arcuate, a part of the head and even a part of the neck destitute of feathers, the external toes perceptibly palmate, and the thumb sufficiently long to rest on the ground. Species of the ibis inhabit all quarters of the world. They frequent the borders of rivers and lakes, where they are accustomed to feed on insects, crustacea, worms, and shellfish, to which they also at times add vegetables. But we may place among popular fables the reputation they have long enjoyed of being the great destroyers of serpents and venomous reptiles, which in fact they never touch. They migrate periodically to such distances that the boundaries of the earth alone seem to set limits to their wanderings. Natal. A species of this genus, the sacred ibis, Ibis religiosa, is celebrated on account of the religious worship it received among the ancient Egyptians. It was reared in the temples of that country, and embalmed after its death. According to some, these honours were rendered to the ibis because it devoured serpents which might have become dangerous to the country, and according to others, because its appearance announced the rise of the Nile. It is often seen sculptured on the monuments of that remarkable people. It is a bird of about the size of a hen. The plumage is white, except the ends of the primaries of the wings, which are black, and the beak and the feet, as well as the naked portion of the head and neck, which are also black. This species is found throughout Africa. The curlews, Numenius, have the beak arcuated, like that of the ibis, but it is more slender and round throughout. The tip of the upper mandible extends beyond the end of the lower one, and projects a little downwards in front of it. The toes are palmated at the base. They are met with on our own coasts. The snipes, properly so called, Scolopax, have a straight beak, a compressed head with large eyes, placed far back, and the feet are not palmated. They are singularly stupid in appearance, which is not contradicted by their habits. The common woodcock of Europe, Scalopax rusticola, inhabits lofty mountains during the summer, and descends into the woods about the middle of October. It goes alone or in pairs, particularly in bad weather, and seeks worms and insects in the soil. The American woodcock, Scolopax minor, differs from the European species in the temperature of the climate selected for its residence. It is met with in summer between the river St. Lawrence and the limits of the Middle States, and in the winter retires to or beyond the boundary of the Union. It revisits Pennsylvania early in March. The sensibility of the end of the beak, as in the snipe, is sufficiently acute to enable it to collect its food by the sense of touch without using the eyes. The snipe, Scolopax gallinago, is smaller than the preceding. It inhabits marshes, the bank of rivulets, etc. Two other species are found in France, the great snipe and jack snipe. All these birds are excellent to eat. The American species closely resemble those of Europe. The avocets, Recurvirostra, are distinguished by their long beak, which is slender, elastic, and curved upwards, and by their feet being palmate almost to the ends of their toes. There is one species in Europe. The American avocet, Recurvirostra americana, arrives on the coast of Cape May in New Jersey late in April, and early in October retires with its young to winter in the south. Family of Macrodactyli. The Grallatoriae composing this family never have the beak as slender and as weak as it is in the Longerostris, but in other respects its form varies very much. They are chiefly characterized by the arrangement of their toes, which are very long, fitted for walking on the grass of marshes, or even for swimming, in which case they are widened by a species of lateral border. But they never possess the smallest trace of a palmate membrane. The thumb is always quite long. The body is singularly compressed, and their wings are moderate or short, and their flight is feeble. Some of them, the jackaners for example, have the wings armed with a spur. Others are destitute of this kind of spur. They are distinguished into rails and coots according as the front is feathered or furnished with a horny shield. The rails, Rallus, have the front feathered, the beak compressed and nearly straight, the head small, the toes destitute of lateral festoons, and the wings concave. They ordinarily keep concealed beneath the grass during the day, and seek their food in the morning and evening, amidst the rushes and herbs of marshes and prairies. The water rail of Europe, Rallus aquaticus, is fawn-colored brown, spotted with blackish above, bluish ash color beneath, and striped black and white on the flanks. Its flesh has a marshy odor. It is common along rivulets and ponds. It swims well and runs lightly over the leaves of aquatic plants. The clapper rail or mud hen, Rallus crepitans, abounds in the middle and southern states. It is very numerous on the extensive salt marshes of New Jersey, where they are intersected by numerous tide-water ditches. It winters near to or within the southern boundaries of the Union. The crag's or landrail, Rallus crax, is vulgarly called the king of the quails, because from the circumstance of arriving and departing with them, and keeping on the same grounds, it was believed that he led them. It lives and nests in the fields, and runs through the grass with great rapidity. The coots, Fullica, are readily distinguished from the rails by a sort of horny plate, which extends from the base of the beak and covers the forehead. This genus comprises the water hens, Gallinula, which are characterized by their very long toes, furnished with a narrow border. In general they live singly or in couples, sometimes in small troops of 3 or 4 on stagnant waters. They swim and dive readily. During a great part of the day they keep concealed amongst reeds and rushes, and venture only upon the surface of the waters at night. Their flight, during which their legs are pendant, is neither lofty, sustained, nor rapid. There is one species widely spread in Europe. The American coots resemble those of Europe. Family of Flamingos. This division of the order of Grallatoriae is composed of a single genus, which is very remarkable for the singular structure of its beak and the disproportionate length of the legs and neck. Flamingos, Phoenicopterus, are large birds that stand high on their legs. They have palmate feet and extremely long, slender neck, a small head, the upper mandible flat and suddenly bent down at its middle to be applied over the lower mandible, which is oval and longitudinally hollowed into a semi-cylindrical canal. The edges of both mandibles are furnished with very delicate little transverse plates, like those of ducks, and their tongue is thick and fleshy. They live on shellfish, insects, and the eggs of fishes, which they obtain by means of their long neck, and by bending down the head to use the hook of the upper mandible to advantage. The most common species is spread over the eastern continent as far as the 40th degree of north latitude. Numerous troops are seen every year on the southern shores of France, and sometimes they ascend as far as the river Rhine. The red flamingo, Phoenicopterus ruber, is from 3 to 4 feet high, of a purple-red on the back, and rose-colored wings. Its habits are very remarkable. These birds are always in troops, and they form a line for the purpose of fishing, and this disposition to be in file remains even when they repose on the shore. They appoint a sentinel for their common security. Whether fishing or at rest, one of them is always on the lookout, with head erect, and if anything alarms him he utters a braying cry, resembling the sound of a trumpet, which is the signal for departure. As soon as the troop rises, and when they fly, they still preserve the line. The manner in which they construct their nest is also worthy of attention. They ordinarily build on drowned or wet shores. They construct it on the water's edge, of marsh mud, in the form of a sugar loaf, truncated at the top, about 20 inches high, and as they cannot, on account of the extreme length of their legs, squat in their nests, they straddle over it, the legs hanging down on each side, and resting on the ground. The ancients esteemed the flesh of the flamingos very highly, and its fleshy tongue was particularly prized by the Romans. But the moderns, who have had occasion to eat these birds, have found the flesh oily and disagreeable. The glarioles and vaginals, or sheath-bills, offer nothing very interesting. The first are found in all the northern parts of the eastern continent, and the second in New Holland. End of Lesson 7.
Lesson 8 of the Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. The Elements of Ornithology by William RUSCHENBERGER. Lesson 8. Order of Palmipeds. Zoological characters, habits, division into 4 families. Family of divers, grebes, auks, penguins. Family of Longipines, petrels, albatross, gulls, sea swallows. Family of Totipalmidae. Genus of pelicans, pelican properly so called. Organization, habits, frigate birds, boobies. Family of Lamellirostres. Genus of ducks, swans, geese, ducks, eiders. Genus of the mergansers. Order of Palmipeds. This name is given to birds in which the toes are united by a palmate membrane, but in other respects without the conformation that belongs to the Grallatoriae. Every Palmipede has in fact the interval which separates the toes, filled up by a broad membrane, which envelops them to near the nail, or, in other words, they are web footed. Their feet are made for natation, that is, they are placed far back on the body and sustained by strong compressed tarsi. A close, lustrous plumage, imbued with an oily fluid, and a thick down next to the skin, protect them against the water upon which they dwell. They are the only animals of this class in which the neck exceeds, and sometimes very much, the length of the feet, for the reason that, when swimming on the surface of the water, they often have to seek animals upon which they feed in its depths. The localities which they inhabit removes most of them from the empire of man, and in many respects even from the investigation of naturalists. Birds of this order generally possess a system of organization which is strong and appropriate for extensive flight. Their sternum is very long, affording ample protection to most of their viscera, and has but one notch or oval hole on each side, which is filled by membrane, so that this bone affords a wide surface for the attachment of the depressor muscles of the wings. This order is divided into 4 families according to the following characteristics. Palmipeds, having excessively short wings and the legs placed so far back that they are obliged when on land to preserve an almost vertical position. They fly little or not at all. Family of Brachypterae or divers. Palmipeds, having the wings of ordinary length or even very long, and the feet so placed as to enable the animal to walk when in a horizontal position. Family of Longipines. The beak is horny, the thumb free or wanting, wings excessively long. Family of Totipalmatae. The beak is horny, the thumbs united to the outer toes by a common membrane, wings long. Family of Lamellorostres. The beak covered by a soft skin, and the edges furnished with transverse lamellae, or very fine teeth. Family of Brachypterae or divers. They have the legs placed farther back than all other birds, which renders it laborious for them to walk, and generally obliges them to keep in an erect position when on land. As most of them fly badly, and as many of them cannot even fly at all, in consequence of the extreme shortness of their wings, they may be regarded as belonging almost exclusively to the surface of the water. Their plumage is very close in structure, and even frequently presents a smooth surface and a silvery brightness. They swim perfectly, with a body entirely under water, and use their wings almost as if they were fins. This family is divided into 3 tribes, namely, the divers, in which the beak is moderate, strong, straight, very pointed and compressed, and the nostrils are lateral, linear, and half closed by membrane. The auks, in which the beak is very compressed, trenchant, and ordinarily furrowed transversely. The penguins, in which the beak is pointed or hooked, and the wings are furnished only with feathers which are so short that they resemble scales. The divers are subdivided into divers properly so called, grebes, guillemots, etc. The divers properly so called, colimbus, are recognized by their long toes, which are entirely palmate, and armed with pointed nails. The thumb is short and provided with a small membrane. Their tail is very short and round. These birds never quit the water except during the season of laying, and then they walk by the assistance of their wings. If these supports fail them, they fall upon the belly, and have great difficulty in rising. They keep habitually under water, and scarcely show any thing but the head to breathe from time to time. They fly well, but rarely, and dive at the flash of a gun, without attempting to fly. They feed on fishes, spawn, and aquatic insects. The most common of its tribe in the United States is the loon, or great northern diver, Colimbus glacialis. The grebes, podichapes, in place of true palmate membranes, have toes widened like the grallatoriae of the genus Fulica, and the anterior ones being united only at the base by membranes. They live on lakes and ponds, and build among the rushes. They swim with ease, and dive frequently. The semi-metallic lustre of their plumage has caused their skin to be applied to the same use as fur. There are several species in Europe which are not well distinguished. The largest is of the size of a duck, the smallest is not larger than a quail. The name of guillemots, uria, is given to divers that want the thumb, and that have shorter wings than the preceding. Birds of the tribe of auks, alca, have a broad, straight, compressed beak, which is very much curved at the point. The nostrils, which are about the middle of the beak, are almost closed by a membrane covered with feathers. The feet are short, and have only 3 toes, and are completely palmate. The nails are slightly curved. They have the same habits as the birds of the preceding genera, and like them inhabit the north. With the exception of a single species, they all fly but little, and always grazing or lightly touching the surface of the water. The razor billed auk (Alca torda) inhabits the coldest regions of the northern hemisphere. It is gregarious in its habits, and flies rapidly, but near the surface of the water. The great auk, or northern penguin (Alca impennis), inhabits the highest latitude of the globe, dwelling by choice and instinct amidst regions covered with eternal ice. Its wings are extremely short and useless for flight. The tribe of penguins (Aptenodytes) comprises palmipeds, not one of which can fly. Their little wings are covered with mere vestiges of feathers, which at first sight resemble scales. Their feet, which are placed farther back than in any other bird, only support them when they rest upon the tarsus, which is widened like the sole of a foot of a quadruped. They have a small thumb directed inwards, and the 3 anterior toes are united by a membrane. These birds never quit the water except to lay, and then they are obliged to drag themselves along on the belly. They are only found in the Antarctic seas. Great penguin (Aptenodytes patagonica) is the size of a goose, slate color above, with a black mask and a lemon colored tail. Family of Longipenes. This family contains birds of the high seas which from their power of extensive flight are everywhere found, and which navigators meet with in every latitude. They have sharp slender wings. Their pectoral muscles are very powerful. Their feet are widely palmate, which better enables them to repose upon the waves, and their piercing sight inevitably prevents the escape of fishes, of which they are very fond, and which they seize, not by diving, but by skimming the surface. These birds are frequently met at incredible distances from land, and they are seldom seen beyond the limits of the zone which they inhabit through preference. They are recognized by the freedom of thumb, or its entire absence, by their very long wings, and by their beak, which is without teeth, hooked or simply pointed. The following exhibits the characteristics of the principal genera composing this family. Longipenes, having the nostrils in the form of a tube. Petrels, a nail planted in the heel, and taking the place of a thumb. Albatrosses, without a vestige of a thumb. Longipenes, having the nostrils oblong and pierced in different places. Gulls, legs pretty long, tail not forked. Sea swallows, legs very short, tail generally forked, beak compressed of the ordinary form. Skimmers, legs very short, tail generally forked, beak like the blades of a pair of scissors. The petrels (Procellaria) have a beak hooked at the end, the extremity of which seems to consist of a distinct piece articulated with the remainder. Their nostrils are united in a tube laid on the back of the upper mandible. In place of a thumb, there is a nail planted in the heel. Of all the palmipeds, these remain the most consistently at distance from land, and when a tempest supervenes, they are often forced to seek shelter on reefs and ships, which circumstance has obtained for them the name storm birds. That of petrel (little Peter) is given to them, it is said, from their habit of walking on the water by the assistance of their wings, which reminds us of the miracle of St. Peter walking on the lake of Gennesaret. They build their nest in holes in rocks, and they eject upon those that attack them an oily fluid, with which their stomach appears to be always filled. The greatest number of species inhabit the seas of the Antarctic pole. These birds are nocturnal. They seek their food only in the morning or evening twilight. During the day they lie concealed in caverns and clefts of rocks. They feed on the bodies of dead cetacea, mollusca, and worms that float on the surface of the water. To this genus belong the stormy petrels, or Mother Carey's chickens, Procellaria pelagica, Cape pigeons, etc. The albatrosses (Diomeda) have a very long, very strong, hard, trenchant, and compressed beak, which is straight at the base and suddenly curved towards the end. The nostrils are tubular and placed in a furrow. The feet are short and palmate. They have but 3 toes. The nails are short and dull. The albatrosses are the largest of all oceanic birds. Their heavy, massive form seems to bear very little relation to their rapid and long continued flight, which has caused them to be called by mariners Cape sheet. or man-of-war birds. The species best known is white with black wings. Of all birds, this one is seen at the greatest distance from land. It generally inhabits extratropical latitudes, and is chiefly in those seas which wash the three great southern capes that it is most commonly seen. It was for a long time believed that it belonged exclusively to the southern hemisphere, and was never seen in the north. The genus of gulls, Larus, have a moderate entire beak, which is naked at the base. The upper mandible is curved at the point, and the inferior, swelled and angular beneath. The nostrils are median and longitudinal. The tarsi are pretty long, and naked above the knee. The thumb, which is articulated high up, is sometimes without a nail. The tail is rectilinear, and the wings are long. The name of gourdlins, or gulls properly so called, is given to large species, the size of which exceeds that of a duck, while the smaller species are called muettes. Muettes inhabit the sea shore of all parts of the globe. They are clamorous and voracious. They feed on fishes and small animals, as well as on carrion and dead bodies. Their gluttony is such that they may be easily taken by enveloping a hook with feathers, which, floating on the surface in their eyes, resembles a little fish. The sea swallows, or terns, Sterna, derive their name from their excessively long wings and forked tail, which give them the appearance of common swallows. Their beak is as long or longer in the head, almost straight, compressed, trenchant, acute at the point, and both mandibles are of equal length. The nostrils are about the middle of the beak. The feet are small, naked above the knee. The tarsi are very short, and the anterior toes are united by a membrane. Their nails are small and arcuate. These birds fly a great deal, rarely alight upon the water, and do not swim. They feed on little fishes or insects which they seize as they fly, skimming the surface of the water. All birds of this genus are clothed in white, with the back, wings, and tail pearl gray. The skimmers, cutwaters or shearwaters, rhynchops, are remarkable for the singular form of their beak, the lower mandible of which is longer than the upper, both being flattened so as to form simple blades, which meet without clasping. They inhabit the West Indies. The cutwater or black skimmer, Rhynchops nigra, is a bird of passage in the United States. It arrives from its winter quarters about the middle of May, on the sea shores of New Jersey, where it breeds. Its favourite haunts are along the low sand bars and dry flats of the strand, in the immediate vicinity of the ocean. Family of Totipalmitae. The birds of this family are remarkable for having the thumb united to the other toes in the same membrane, and notwithstanding this organization, which converts their feet into excellent paddles, they are the only birds among the palmipeds that perch on trees. They all fly well, and have short feet. The characters of the most important genera of this family are: Totipalmitae having a large cutaneous pouch or sac suspended between the branches of the lower mandible. Pelicans. Totipalmitae without a sac beneath the lower jaw. Cormorants. The beak straight, compressed, and hooked at the end. Tail round, of 14 quills. Frigate birds. The beak straight, compressed, and hooked at the end. Tail forked. Boobies. The beak straight, compressed, and hooked at the end. Tail pointed. Darters, etc. Beak straight, slender, and pointed. The pelicans, Pelicanus, having a long, straight, broad beak, which is very much depressed. The upper mandible is flattened and hooked. The lower one is formed of two bony branches, between which hangs a large pouch of naked skin. The face and throat are naked. The feet are strong and short, and all the toes are united by a single membrane. These singular animals are expert swimmers, and are found both on salt and fresh waters. They feed on fishes, and can store an ample supply of them in their pouch, which is prodigiously dilatable. They are spread over the warm, temperate, and even the most frigid climates of the globe, and one of the species, the common pelican, may be considered a cosmopolite. The common pelicans, Pelicanus onocrotalis, sometimes called onocrotalis because its voice has been compared to the braying of an ass. The largest web-footed waterfowl known is 5 or 6 feet long, with an alar spread of 12 feet. The beak alone is about 1.5 feet in length, and its pouch will contain a dozen quarts of water. Its plumage is more or less purely white, according to its age, and the remiges are black. It flies well, and sometimes rises to a great height, but in general it skims the surface of the water, or balances at a moderate elevation, in order to precipitate itself more readily upon its prey. Sometimes it is seen to beat the water with its wings, as if to disturb it and alarm the fishes; and we are assured when pelicans are assembled in troops they fish in company, by forming a large circle which they gradually reduce to imprison the fishes, until at a given signal they all strike the water at the same time, and under favour of the confusion, dive in and seize their victims. The fishing over, they retire to some rocky point or shoal, and there digest their gluttonous meal at their ease. They can perch on trees, which is very rare among the web-footed birds, but they do not nest in them; they build on the ground, in an excavation which they line with herbs. The female lays from 4 to 6 eggs, and feeds her young by disgorging before them the fishes which she brings in her pouch for their use. It is also said that she carries them water in the same way, and it is probable that the movement which she makes to empty her pouch by pressing it against her breast has given rise to the fable, referred by some writers to the pretended habit which these birds had of opening their breasts to feed their young family on their own blood. The cormorants (Phalacrocorax) have an elongated, compressed beak, the upper mandible hooked at the end. The skin of the throat is but little dilatable, and does not form a pouch as in the pelicans. The nail of the middle toe is toothed like a saw, and the tail, which consists of 14 feathers, is round. They are excellent divers. They ordinarily swim with only the head above water, and they pursue fishes upon which they feed with astonishing rapidity entirely under water. Their flight is rapid and sustained, but on land they walk badly, and sustain themselves almost in a vertical position by the assistance of the tail. The common cormorant is of the size of a goose, and its plumage is greenish black. It inhabits the northern countries of both continents. It nests sometimes in rocky clefts, and sometimes on trees or among rushes, and feeds chiefly on eels. The shags belong to this group. The frigate birds (Tachypates) also differ from pelicans in the absence of the submaxillary pouch, in their forked tail, and in their short feet, the membranes of which are deeply notched. They have long wings that spread to a great extent, and a beak, both mandibles of which are curved at the end. These birds only inhabit intertropical regions, and their flight is so powerful and rapid that they fly to great distances from land, and for this reason they have obtained the name of man-of-war birds. They are met with more than 400 leagues at sea, and they wage an active war against the flying fish, which, in order to escape from the pursuit of other fishes, springs entirely out of the water. Frigate birds also pursue boobies, and by striking them with their wings and beak, force them to disgorge the product of their fishing, which they dexterously seize before it falls into the water. The boobies (Sula) very much resemble the preceding, but their beak is straight, slightly arcuate at the point, and armed on the edges with teeth, the points of which are directed backwards. The throat, as well as the vicinity of the eyes, is naked, but little extensible. The wings are less than those of the frigate bird, and the tail is a little wedge shaped. They obtain their name of boobies from the stupidity they display on submitting to the attacks of man and animals. The darters (Plotus) resemble the cormorants in the form of their body and their feet, but are distinguished from them by the length of their neck, their small head, and by their straight, slender, pointed beak, which is dentate on the edges. They inhabit the warm countries of both hemispheres, and their habits are nearly the same as those of the preceding. The tropic birds (Phaeton) differ from the other Toltopalmidae in having the head entirely feathered, and by the 2 long straight feathers of the tail, which at a distance resemble straws. They seldom resort to the land except to breed, and rarely quit the torrid zone. Their appearance is an indication to navigators of their vicinity to that region. The family of Lamellirostres. The palmipades of this family have a thick beak, covered with soft skin rather than true horn, and its edges are furnished with lamellae or little teeth. The tongue is large and fleshy, and dentate on its edges. They have 3 toes in front, united by membranes, and one behind which is free. Their wings are of moderate length, and they live more on fresh waters than at sea. They are divided into the following manner: Lamellirostres, having the beak very broad and the edges furnished with lamellae. Tribe of ducks. Swans, beak higher than wide at its base, and not narrowing in front, neck very long. Geese, beak higher than wide at its base, and narrowing in the front, neck of moderate length. Ducks properly so called. Beak not so high as it is wide at its base, neck pretty short. Lamellirostre having the beak slender and armed with little teeth. Tribe of mergansers. All of the palmipades of the tribe of ducks, which naturalists distinguish under the name of anis, have a moderate, strong, straight beak, which is more or less depressed, convex above, flat below, rounded at the end and terminated by a smooth scale in the form of a nail. The edges of each mandible are armed with little projecting lamellae, which are delicate and placed transversely and seem designed to permit the escape of water after the animal has seized its prey. Their food consists of fishes, mollusca, insects, grains, etc. To obtain their nourishment, some submerge themselves entirely, while others remain on the surface, and only plunge in their head and long neck. They are seldom on land. This tribe is composed of swans, geese, and ducks properly so called. The swans, Cygnus, are the largest birds in this group, and are distinguished by the form of the beak, which is as wide in the front as it is behind, and higher than it is wide at its base. They feed chiefly on grains and the roots of aquatic plants. They swim with such facility that a man walking rapidly along shore would have difficulty in keeping up with them, and they fly with a great deal of lightness and strength. Whether on the water or in the air, they are almost always seen in troops. The young quit the nest, swim, and eat alone immediately after they are hatched. Their down, which is very fine, serves for many purposes. Their plumage is generally white. These birds have long been celebrated for the beauty of their form, and for the grace with which they swim. Their trachea is bent on the sternum, but their voice is not rendered therefore more agreeable, and the ancients have very gratuitously given celebrity to the song of the swan. In New Holland there is a black swan, which is the size of the common species, but its carriage is less graceful and elegant. Geese, Anser, have a moderate or short beak, narrower before than behind, and higher than wide at its base. Their legs, which are longer than those of ducks properly so called, and placed nearer to the middle of the body, give them greater facility in walking. They feed on aquatic plants and grains. They live almost constantly on the great humid prairies and vast marshes. Wild geese live in numerous troops, and always have some of them on the watch. They are extremely suspicious. The males are not distinguishable from the females by the colour of their plumage. They moult but once a year. Their voice is strong and clamorous. They breed on the ground, swim little, and do not dive at all. They fly in flocks, in two lines in the form of an angle, or in a single line when the troop is numerous. The one which is at the point of the angle, or at the head of the line, falls into the rear when fatigued, and they all succeed each other in turn. Ducks properly so called, Anis, comprise species, almost all of which resemble each other, but still differ in slight particulars. They differ from swans and geese, not only in their beak, but also in being much smaller and having a shorter neck. The trachea is flattened at its bifurcation. Ducks are spread through all the marshy or maritime countries of the globe. They are aquatic and migratory, and approach the sea coast in flocks during the autumn and winter, but frequent freshwater ponds, lakes, and rivers, particularly those with grassy, sedgy borders. They prefer shallow places in which they can fathom the bottom with the beak, without the necessity of diving deeply, to which they only have recourse in the breeding season, or to avoid their enemies. The species are numerous, but they are most abundant in the temperate regions. Ducks are divided into sea ducks, eiders, common ducks, teals, etc. The common duck has been long domesticated, and inhabits all our poultry yards. The canvas back duck, Anis vallisneria, so well known as a delicacy of the table, is a species peculiar to the continent of America. It is of a steel grey, beak straight, nearly 2½ inches long, its sides parallel. The male is white waved with black, the head tinged with black anteriorly, and the glossy neck chestnut, a black pectoral belt. Female dull whitish, waved with black, head, neck, and breast brownish. The eider, Anis mollissima, or somateria, is a species of duck celebrated for the down which it furnishes, known under the name of eiderdown. The male is nearly 2 feet long, and its alar extent is about 2 feet 8 inches. It is whitish, with the front and the sides of the crown, belly, and tail black. The female, which is smaller, is grey, speckled brown. Clothed in thick fur, the eiders brave the rigours of the coldest countries, and advance as far as Spitzbergen. The down which they pluck from the breast and belly to line their nests is sought for with a great deal of pains in those countries where these birds are common. It is the softest, the lightest, the warmest, and the most elastic of all downs. That which is plucked from the dead bird is of inferior quality. The genus of mergansers, Mergus, comprises those Palmipede lemurostris that have a moderate or long, straight, slender beak, in the form of an elongated and almost cylindrical cone, wide at the base and at the point of the upper mandible, is very much curved and hooked. The edges of both mandibles are serrated, and the teeth are directed backwards. The nostrils are about the middle of the beak. The feet are short, the toes are entirely palmate. The posterior toe is free, and has a border. These birds swim perfectly, often having only their head above water, and they dive still better. Their flight is rapid and sustained, but from the posterior position of their feet they are scarcely capable of walking, tottering from side to side with the utmost embarrassment. In other respects they resemble ducks. They dwell habitually in cold countries, and are only seen commonly in temperate climates on the approach of winter. Of the 5 species known, one is peculiar to America, the hooded merganser, Mergus cucullatus, and all are found on this continent. End of Lesson 8. End of the Elements of Ornithology by William Ruschenberger. Section 10 of the Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. The Elements of Ornithology by William Ruschenberger. Glossary. Part 1. A through E. Abdomen. From the Latin abdere, to conceal, the belly. The chief viscera contained in the abdomen are the stomach, intestines, liver, etc. Accipiteris. From the Latin accipere, to seize hold of. Systematic name of the order of birds of prey. Acuminate, acuminated. From the Latin acumen, a sharp point, ending in a point. Aanthe. From the Greek aimi, which is from eo or eo, to agitate, and anthe, a flower. Aedon. From the Greek aedon, a songster, which is derived from eido, I sing, a term applied to many birds. Aerial. From the Latin aerius, belonging to the air. Aeruginesus. Latin rusty. Asalon. A kind of falcon. Estiva. Latin, belonging or relating to summer. Alar. Extent. From the Latin ala, a wing, belonging or relating to the wings. A term used in speaking of the stretch of the expanded wings. Alauda. Latin, a lark. Albino. Spanish, formed from the Latin albus, white. This word is employed to designate those individuals of the human race who have the skin and hair white, the iris very pale and bordering on red or pink, and the eyes so sensible that they cannot bear the light of day. The word is also applied to animals of the lower orders that are similarly characterized. Alca. The systematic name of a tribe of web-footed birds. Alcedo. The Latin name of the kingfisher. Alcyon. From the Greek alkunon, which is formed from als, the sea, and kuo, I produce. The halcyon, the name of a fabulous bird of the ancients, which was supposed to build its nest on the sea at a season when it was presumed to be calm. This season embraced a period of 14 days, which are called the halcyon days. The specific name of a kingfisher. Alector. From the Greek alctor, the domestic cock. Alpestris. Latin, belonging or relating to the Alps. Americana, Americanus. Modern Latin, belonging or relating to America. Ampelus. From the Greek ampelion, a singing bird. The systematic name of the crown birds. Analogous. From the Greek ana, between, and logos, reason. Having some resemblance or relation, though differing in essential particulars. Similar. Anis. From the Greek nessa, a duck, which is formed from neo, I swim. The systematic name of the tribe of ducks. Ankylost. From the Greek agkulos, crooked. A joint that has become stiff and immovable is said to be ankylosed. Anser. Latin, a goose. Anthus. Latin, the name of the titlark or meadowlark. Apparatus. Latin ad, for, and pare, to prepare. A collection of instruments or organs for any operation whatsoever. An assemblage of organs. In Latin this word is the same in the plural, but in English some writers make the plural apparatuses. Apiaster. Modern Latin, formed from apis, a bee. The specific name of the common bee-eater. Apivorus. From the Latin apis, a bee, and vorare, to eat. Bee-eating. One that eats bees. Appendices. The plural of appendix. Appendix. Latin ad, to, and pendere, to hang. Something added. Any part that adheres to an organ or is continuous with it. Apoda. From the Greek a, without, and pous, in the genitive, podos, of foot. Without feet, applied to birds of paradise because it was once supposed that they had no feet. Aptenodytes. From the Greek a, primitive, tenos, winged, having the power of flying, and dutes, a diver. The systematic name of penguins. Apus. Latin. Specific name of the common martin. Aquaticus. Latin. Aquatic. Relating or belonging to water. Aquila. Latin. An eagle. Ara. Aracari. Systematic names of a macaw. Archipelago. From the Greek arche, beginning, and pelagos, sea. An extent of sea sprinkled with islands. Arcuate. From the Latin arcuo, I bend like a bow. Bent like a bow, bow shaped. Ardea. Latin. A heron. Argonauts. From the Greek argo, the name of a vessel, and nautis, a navigator. The name of the ancient Grecian princes who sailed on board of the ship Argo with Jason to conquer the Golden Fleece. Argus. The name of a hero in mythology who is said to have had 100 eyes, 50 of which were open while the other 50 slept. After his death Juno changed him into a peacock. From the spots on his tail, sometimes called eyes, the name has been applied to a species of pheasant. Articulate. From the Latin articulus, which is the diminutive of artus, a limb, which is derived from the Greek arthron, a joint. To join or joint. In form words, to utter. Articulation. A joint. Arvenus. Latin. Formed from arvum, a field. Relating or belonging to fields. Astur. Systematic name of the goshawks. Aura. Latin. An air or emanation. The specific name of a kind of vulture. Auratus. Latin. Gilded, golden. Belonging or relating to gold. Barb. From the Latin barba, a beard. The filaments which are attached to two sides of the stalk of a feather are called barbs or beards. Barbule. The diminutive of barb, and is applied to designate the filaments which are found on the edges of barbs, composing a feather. Barbarous. Latin. Foreign, barbarous, cruel. Barbatus. Latin. Bearded, having a beard. Base of support. The space comprised between the points by which an object supports itself upon a resistant body. Beak. The bill or horny mouth of a bird. Bec figu. French name of the titlark. Becca fica. Italian name of the titlark. Bicolor. Latin. Parti-colored. Bifid. From the Latin bis, twice, and findere, to split. To split or divide into two separate parts. Bifurcate. From the Latin bis, twice, and fuca, a fork. Divided or separated into two branches. Bifurcation. From the Latin bis, twice, and fuca, a fork. The point where two branches separate. Bombicilla. From the Greek bombyx, a silkworm. The systematic name of the chatterers. Brachyptere. From the Greek brachus, short, and pteron, a wing. Having short wings. The systematic name of a family of divers. Brevipennes. From the Latin brevis, short, and penna, a wing. Having short wings. The systematic name of a family of the order of wading birds. Bronchia. The singular of bronchiae. From the Greek brôchos, the throat. The two branches of the windpipe, which convey air to the lungs. Bubo, Latin. An owl. Buceros. From the Latin, bucurus, horned. The systematic name of the Caloes, or hornbills. Bulb. From the Greek, bulbos, a round root. A name given by anatomists to various parts which resemble certain bulbous roots in shape. Bulbous. Latin. A bulb, bulbus glandulosus, is the second stomach of birds. Buphagia. From the Greek, bous, an ox, and phagein, to eat. Systematic name of the beef eaters. Buteo. Latin. A buzzard. Californianus. Latin. Californian. Callus. From the Latin, callus, hardness, that which is hard or indurated. Camellus. Latin. Camel. Canadensis. Latin. Canadian. Belonging or relating to Canada. Canaria. Latin. Belonging or relating to the Canary Islands. Cancroma. The generic name of the boatbills. Cannabina. Latin. Belonging or relating to hemp. The specific name of the linnet. Coprimogulus. Latin. A milker of goats. Systematic name of the goatsuckers, which is derived from a notion entertained by the vulgar of their sucking goats and even cows. Caravan. From the Persian kara-owan, an assemblage of persons travelling together. A troop of travellers, merchants, or pilgrims, who, for greater security, cross deserts and other places infested by Arabs and highwaymen, in company. Cardia. From the Greek, cardia, the heart, the left opening of the stomach, where the esophagus enters it. Carduelis. Latin. A bird feeding among thistles. Specific name of the goldfinch. Carneos. From the Latin caro, in the genitive, carnis, flesh. Belonging or relating to flesh, fleshy. Carnivorous. From the Latin caro, carnis, flesh, and voro, I eat. Animals that feed on flesh are said to be carnivorous. Carolinensis. Latin. Carolinian. Belonging to Carolina. Carpal. Belonging or relating to the carpus. Carpus. From the Greek karpos, the wrist, the part between the forearm and hand. Cartilage. Gristle. A solid part of the animal body of medium consistence between bone and ligament. Cartilaginous. Partaking of the nature of cartilage. Caruncle. From the Latin caruncula, the diminutive of caro, flesh. A small portion of flesh. A fleshy excrescence. The gills of a cock, for example. Casuarius. Latin. A cassowary. Cassowary. From the Malay name of this bird, Casuwaris. Cathartes. From the Greek, kathartes, one who purifies. The generic name of certain vultures. Center of gravity. The name given to the point about which all points of the body reciprocally balance each other. Cera, cere. A colored membrane investing the base of the upper mandible, as in hawks and a few other birds. Certhia. The systematic name of the creepers. Cervical. From the Latin cervix, the neck. Belonging or relating to the neck. Cetacea. In Latin, cetaceous, which is formed from the Greek ketos, a whale. Naturalists use the word to designate pisciform mammals that have fins in place of feet, and inhabit the sea. Charadrius. Latin. A bird, the seeing of which, it was supposed, cured those that had the jaundice. The generic name of the plover. Chetura. Systematic name of the swifts. Chyle. From the Greek choulos, nutritious juice. A nutritive fluid of whitish appearance, which is extracted from food by the action of the digestive organs. Chyliferous. From the Latin chylus, chyle, and fero, I carry. Carrying or conveying chyle. Chiconia. Latin. A stork. Ciliated. Tongue. When the tongue is edged with fine bristles, as in ducks. Chinklos. From the Greek kinklos, name of a bird. Generic name of the water thrush. Cinerachus, cinere, cinereos. Formed from the Latin cineres, ashes. Belonging or relating to ashes. Ashy, ash colored. Circus. Latin. A gentle falcon. The generic name of the Harriers. Citronella. Latin. Formed from citrus, a citron tree. The specific name of the yellow bunting. Clavicle. From the Latin, clavis, a key. The collar bone. Cleft. The space made by separation of parts, a crack, a crevice, the line of separation betwixt the two mandibles. Shows to what distance the beak is cleft from its point. Cloaca. From the Greek, kluzo, I wash. The pouch at the extremity of the intestinal canal, in which the solid and liquid excretions are commingled in birds, fishes, and reptiles. Cocothrostes. From the Greek, kokos, a kernel, a grain, and tharao, I break. The systematic name of the grosbeaks. Cica or caca. Plural of cecum. Cecum or cacum. From the Latin, cacos, blind. The blind gut, so called from its being perforated at one end only. Coelebs. Latin. Unmarried, solitary, lonely. Colorio. From the Greek, kolao, I join or fasten together. The specific name of the butcher bird. Colubris. The specific name of a humming bird. Columba. Latin. A pigeon. Columbus. From the Greek, columbao, I dive. Systematic name of the divers. Commissaire. From the Latin, comito, I join together. A point of union between two parts. The point where the two mandibles are joined is called the commissure of the beak. Communis. Latin. Common. Compressed. Beak. Flattened at the sides vertically. Concha. The hollow part of the cartilage of the external ear. Conirostres. From the Latin conus, a cone, and rostrum, a beak. The systematic name of a family of passerine birds. Coracoid. From the Greek, corax, a crow, and eidos, resemblance. Resembling the beak of a crow. The coracoid bone is a posterior clavicle of birds. Corax. Latin. A raven. Cornu. Latin. A horn. Corvus. Latin. A crow. Cosmopolite. From the Greek, cosmos, world, and polites, citizen. A citizen of the world, peculiar to no country. Coturnix. Latin. A quail. Corsi. A racehorse. Coverts. The small feathers which lie in several rows on the bones of the wings are called the lesser coverts. Those that line the under side of the wings, the under coverts. Those feathers that lie immediately over the quill feathers and secondaries are called the greater coverts. And the tail coverts are those feathers that cover the tail on the upper side at the base. Cranium. From the Greek kranon, head, the skull. Crepidanes. Latin. Crackling, ringing, making a noise, rattling, chattering. Crepuscular. From the Latin crepusculum, twilight. Belonging or relating to twilight. Crek. From the Greek crex, a bird. The rail. Cristatus. Latin. Tufted, combed, crested, wearing a crest. Crustacea. From the Latin crusta, a crust. A class of animals whose bodies are enclosed in a covering like a crab. Cucullatus. Latin. Hooded, cowled. Cuculus. Latin. Cuckoo. Cul-de-sac. French. A blind alley. Literally, a bag bottom. Cultrate. From the Latin cultur, a knife. Sharp and cutting on the edges. Cultriarostres. From the Latin cultor, in the genitive cultri, a knife, and rostrum, beak. Systematic name of a family of Gralliatoridae, characterized by a beak with sharp edges. Cuneate. From the Latin cuneus, a wedge, wedge-shaped. Cuneiform. from the Latin cunus, a wedge, and forma, form. In the form of a wedge, wedge-shaped. Cupido. Latin. Desire, appetite, gluttony. Curruca. Latin. A tomtit, a hedge sparrow. Curvate, bowed, bent. Curvirostra. From the Latin curvus, bent, bowed, and rostrum, beak. Having the beak bent or bowed. Cygnus. Latin. A swan. Cypselus. Latin. A martin or swallow. Dentate. From the Latin dens, a tooth. Toothed or notched. Dentirostres. From the Latin dens, a tooth, in the genitive dentis, and rostrum, beak. Systematic name of a family of passerinic birds. Depressor. Muscles whose function is to depress certain parts are so called. Diaphragm. From the Greek diaphragma, a partition. The fleshy or muscular partition between the cavity of the chest and the cavity of the abdomen. Diomedia. The ancient name of certain birds of the island of Diomedes, near Tarentum, which are said to receive the Greeks favorably, and to attack barbarians. The systematic name of the albatross. Disposition. From the Latin dispono, I place or set in order. Arrangement or placing of parts. Diurnal. From the Latin dis, day, belonging or relating to the day. Diurnae. Systematic name of a division of birds of prey. Dolichonyx. From the Greek dolichos, long, and onyx, a nail, a claw. Generic name of the rice bird. Domestica. Latin. Domestic. Duct, thoracic. The canal or duct which conveys the chyle into the blood. Echelette. French. A little ladder. Systematic name of the creepers. Emberiza. Generic name of the buntings. Erectile. From the Latin erigere, to become erect, susceptible of erection. Erythacus. From the Greek erythakos, an unknown bird that was taught to imitate words. The specific name of the gray parrot. Erythrocephalus. From the Greek erythros, red, and kephale, head, red-headed. The systematic name of the woodpecker. Esculenta. Latin. Esculent, edible. Europus. Latin. European. Excubitor. Latin. One that watches by night, a sentinel. Extensile. From the Latin extendo, I stretch. Susceptible of being extended or lengthened. Extensor. Muscles whose function is to extend certain parts are so called. Extremities. From the Latin extremis, extreme, the end of a thing. The limbs, the legs and arms, in birds, the legs and wings. End of section 10. Section 10 of the Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. The Elements of Ornithology by William Ruschenberger. Glossary Part 2. F through O. Falco. Latin. Formed from falx. In the genitive falcus. A hook, a bill, a scythe. The falcon so called from the shape of its beak. Falconry. The art of hunting with birds of prey. Familiaris. Latin. Familiar. Belonging or relating to a family. Domestic. Femur. Latin. The thigh bone. Ferruginous. Latin. Ferruginous. Of the color of rusty iron. Ferruginous. From the Latin ferrugo, rust of iron. Of the color of iron rust. Fissirostres. From the Latin fissura, a slit, a fissure, which is formed from vendere, to cleave, to divide, and rostrum, a beak, fissure beaks. Systematic name of a family of passerine birds. Fossa, in the plural fossae. From the Latin fodio, I dig. A cavity of greater or less depth, the entrance to which is always larger than the base. The nasal fossae are two large cavities situate between the orbits below the cranium, and lined by the pituitary, or Schneiderian membrane, the internal nostrils. Fourchette, French, a fork. The notch formed by the coracoid bones and sternum between the wings. Fringilla, Latin, a chaffinch. The systematic name of the finches. Front, the forehead. Fulica, Latin, a coot. Fulvus, Latin, of a deep yellow or fawn color. Function, from the Latin fungor, I act or discharge an office. The action of an organ or system of organs. Fuscus, Latin, brown. Galbula, Latin, name of a bird. Gallinaceae, formed from the Latin gallina, a hen. The systematic name of an order of birds. Gallinaceous, belonging or relating to or partaking of the nature of the Gallinaceae. Gallinago, specific name of the snipe. Gallinula, systematic name of the water hens. Gallinaza, Spanish, a turkey buzzard. Gallus, Latin, a cock. Garrulus, Latin, chattering. Genus, Latin, a kindred, breed, race, stock, lineage, or family. Genera, plural of genus. Generic, belonging or relating to genus. Gerfalcon, from the Latin gyrus, a circuit, and falco, a falcon. The falcon that flies in a circle, a kind of falcon. Gibbous, from the Latin gibbus, a bunch or swelling, bulging or bunching out. Gizzard, the strong muscular stomach of a bird. Glacius, Latin, glacial, relating to ice. Gland, a word applied to designate those softish, granular, lobated organs, composed of vessels, nerves, and a particular structure, which form peculiar secretions. Glandarius, Latin, belonging or relating to acorns. Glandulosus, Latin, full of glands. The bulbus glandulosus is a second stomach of birds. Glottis, a small oblong aperture situate at the upper part of the larynx. Grallatoriae, from the Latin grallator, he that walks on stilts, a stalker. The systematic name of wading birds. Granivorous, from the Latin granum, a grain, of any kind of corn, and vorare, to eat. Grain eating. Granule, a very small grain. Gregarious, from the Latin gregarius, of a flock, which is formed from grex, in the genitive gregis, a flock or herd. Going in flocks or herds. Griffin, from the Latin gryphus, which is formed from the Greek grupus, curved, hooked, a fabulous monster, half lion, half bird. The systematic name of a tribe of birds of prey. Grus, Latin, a crane. Gryphus, Latin, a griffin. Grypatos, from the Greek gupetos, a kind of eagle, formed from gups, a vulture, and aetos, an eagle. Gypogeranus, from the Greek gups, a vulture, and geronos, a bird, a crane. The generic name of the secretary. Hemoptopus, From the Greek, amioptopus, having a fierce or sanguinary look, formed from aima, blood, and ops, an eye. The generic name of the oyster catchers. Halacious. From the Greek, als, the sea, and aetos, an eagle. The specific name of the fisher eagle. Harpia. Latin, a harpy. Formed from the Greek arpis, rapacious. Heliaca. Specific name of a sort of eagle. Herbivorous. From the Latin, herba, herb or plant, and voare, to eat, herb eating. Animals that feed chiefly or entirely on herbs or plants are herbaceous. Hierofalco. Latin, gerfalcon. Hirundo. Latin, a swallow. Hortulana. Specific name of a bunting. Humerus. The bone of the arm, which is situate between the shoulder joint and the elbow. Hymalis. Latin, belonging or relating to winter. Hyoid. From the Greek, ou and eidos, resemblance. Resembling the shape or form of the letter U. The os hyoides, the hyoid bone, is a very movable bony arch, placed horizontally in the substance of the soft parts of the neck, at the root of the tongue. It is not articulate with any other bone of the skeleton, and is only connected to it through the medium of muscles and ligaments. Icterus. Latin. Name of a yellow bird, which, if one see, being sick of the yellow jaundice, the person recovers and the bird dies. Systematic name of the oriole. Iliacus. Systematic name of a kind of thrush. Impennis. Latin. Formed from penna, a wing. Systematic name of the penguins, which have very short wings. Imperialis. Latin. Imperial, royal. Incubation. From the Latin, incubatio, the act of the female of the oviparous animals in sitting and remaining on her eggs for the purpose of hatching them. Indigenous. From the Latin, inde, where, and genitus, born. Applied to the natives of a country, also to animals that inhabit the country where they are born. Ingluvis. Latin. The crop of a bird. Insectivorous. From the Latin, insecta, insects, and vorare, to eat, insect eating. Animals that feed on insects are insectivorous. Invertebrate. Without vertebrae. Iris. That part of the eye which the pupil is situate. Irides. Plural of iris. Islandicus. Latin. Belonging or relating to Iceland. Isolate. From the Italian, isola, an island. Because one who is isolated resembles an island entirely surrounded by water. Separated, alone, single. Ispida. Systematic name of a kingfisher. Jota. Specific name of a vulture. Jugular. From the Latin, jugulum, the throat. Belonging or relating to the throat. Kinglet. A little king. A name of the wren. Lemurgier. German. Lamb vulture. Lagopus. Latin. Ptarmigan. Lamella. Latin. A little thin plate or piece. Lamellae. Latin. Plural of lamella. Lamellae rostres. From the Latin, lamella, a thin plate, and rostrum, beak. Systematic name of a family of birds. Lamina. Latin. A plate or thin piece of metal or bone. Lamellae. Latin. Plural of lamina. Lanius. Generic name of shrikes. Larva. Latin. A mask. An insect after it has left the egg, and before it assumes the form of a chrysalis, is called the larva, because in this state it is, as it were, masked. Larvae. Latin. Plural of larva. Larus. Latin. The sea mew or gull. Larynx. From the Greek, larux, a whistle, the apparatus of voice. It is situate at the superior and anterior part of the neck, and at the top of the trachea, with which it communicates. Leucocephalus. From the Greek, leukos, white, and kephale, head, white-headed. Specific name of the bald eagle. Lithofalco. From the Greek, lithos, a stone, and the Latin falco, a falcon. Specific name of the merlin. Lobate, foot. Toes furnished on the sides with broad plain membranes. Longipennes. From the Latin, longus, long, and penna, a wing. Long-winged. Systematic name of a family of web-footed birds. Longirostres. From the Latin, longus, long, and rostrum, beak. Long-beaked. Systematic name of a family of waders. Loon. The name of a bird, from lum, which in the language of the Laplanders signifies lame, as it cannot walk well. Lore. A naked line leading from the beak to the eye. Loxia. From the Greek loxos, oblique. Systematic name of the grosbeaks. Luscinia. Latin. A nightingale. Macrodactyli. From the Greek makros, long, and dactylos, a finger, toe. Long-fingered. Systematic name of a tribe of wading birds. Menura, Mayura. Generic name of the lyres. Probably a corruption from the Greek pandora, a musical instrument resembling a lute. Major. Latin. Greater, larger. Mammal. Any animal having teats for suckling its young is called a mammal. Mandibles. From the Latin, mandare, to chew, the jaws of birds. Marsupium. Latin. A pouch, a sac. Mastication. From the Greek, masticao, I chew. The act of chewing food to impregnate it with saliva, and prepare it for the digestion which it has to undergo in the stomach. Melanitos. From the Greek, melanos, black, and aetos, an eagle. A specific name of the common eagle. Meleagris. Latin. A turkey. Membrana. Latin. A membrane. Membrane. A name given to different thin organs, representing species of supple, more or less elastic webs. Membranous. Belonging to membrane. Mergus. From the Latin mergo, I put under water. Generic name of the mergansers. Merops. Latin. A bird that eats bees. Generic name of the bee-eaters. Merula. Latin. A black bird. Metacarpus. From the Greek, meta, after, and carpus, the wrist. That part of the hand which is between the wrist and fingers. Metatarsus. From the Greek, meta, after, and tarsos, the instep. That part of the foot which is between the instep and toes. Migration. The act of going from one country to dwell in another. Migratoria, migratorius. Latin. Migratory. Migratory. Having the habit of going from one country to sojourn in another during a season. Miliaria. Latin. A bird that feeds upon millet. Specific name of the common bunting. Milvus. Latin. A kite. Minor. Latin. Less, smaller. Mollissima. Latin. Softest. Mollusca. From the Latin mollis, soft. A class of marine animals without vertebrae, which have blood vessels, a spinal marrow, and simple body without articulated limbs. Molluscus. Belonging to the mollusca. Monedula. Latin. A jackdaw. Monogamous. From the Greek, monos, one, and gamos, marriage. Those animals, the male and female of which are paired for life, are said to be monogamous. Monogamy. From the Greek, monos, one, single, and gamos, marriage. The state or condition of being married only to one person. Motacilla. Latin. A wagtail. Mouette. French. A sea mew, a gull. Molt. To change the feathers. Molting. Changing of the plumage, which occurs naturally and periodically. Muscicapa. From the Latin, musca, a fly, and capio, I seize, flycatcher. Musicus. Latin. Belonging or relating to music. Mustaches. From the Greek, mustax, the upper lip, the beard on the upper lip. The beard that is permitted to grow long on the upper lip. The hairs which many animals have growing about the mouth. Myothera. From the Greek, mus, a mouse, and therao, I hunt, I catch. The systematic name of the ant catchers. The word would better be Myrmothera, from myrmex, an ant, and therao. Nares. Latin. The nostrils. Natation. From the Latin, natatio, swimming. The act of swimming, or supporting oneself or moving upon the water. Nectar. From the Greek, nektor, which is formed from ne, a negative, and ktao, I kill, because nectar imparted immortality, the drink of the heathen gods, a certain product of flowers which is found in the corolla, but which does not belong to it. Nictitans. Latin. Winking. The membrana nictitans is a sort of internal eyelid, found in many mammals and in all birds. Nidification. From the Latin, nidus, a nest, and facere, to make, the act of building a nest. Niger nigra. Latin. Black. Nisus. Latin. A sparrowhawk. Noctua. Latin. An owl. Nocturnae. Systematic name of nocturnal birds of prey. Nostrils. Linear. When they are extended lengthwise in a line with the beak, as in divers, etc. Nostrils. Pervious. When they are open and may be seen through from side to side, as in gulls, etc. Novae Hollandiae. Latin. Of New Holland. Numida. Latin. A guinea fowl. Numenius. From the Greek, neos, new, and mene, moon, on account of their crescent-shaped beak. Generic name of the curlews. Esophagus. From the Greek, aiso, I carry, and phagian, to eat, the gullet. The membranous canal which conveys food from the mouth to the stomach. Aestrus. From the Greek, oistros, strong desire, incitement, a gadfly. Systematic name of a family of insects. Omnivorous. From the Latin, omnis, all, and vorare, to eat. Applied to animals that eat all kinds of food, both animal and vegetable. Onocrotalis. From the Greek, onos, an ass, and krotos, noise. Systematic name of the pelican. Operculum. Latin. Formed from operire, to cover. The small door or cover which closes the entrance to a shell, a bony movable plate, which in a great many fishes covers the ears or bronchi. Organization. The mode or manner of a structure of an organized being. Aureolus. From the Latin, aurulus, of the color of gold. Systematic name of the orioles. Ornithology. From the Greek, ornis, in the genitive case, ornithos, a bird, and logos, a discourse. The natural history of birds. Orpha. Systematic name of a fauvetier. Ortyx. From the Greek, ortux, A quail. Systematic name of a kind of partridge. Oryzivora, Oryzivorus. Latin. Formed from the Greek oruza, rice, and the Latin vorare, to eat. Specific names of certain buntings. Os. Latin. A bone. Ossifraga. Latin. Formed from oessa, bones, and fragere, to break. Name of a kind of vulture. Ossifragus. Latin. Specific name of an eagle. Ostralagus. Latin. Specific name of an oyster catcher. Otis. Latin. From the Greek oitis, a bustard. Generic name of the bustards. Otus, an owl. Formed from os, in the genitive otus, an ear. Generic name of a kind of owl. Ovary. From the Latin ovum, an egg. The ovaries are the organs in which the eggs are formed in oviparous animals. Oviduct. A duct or canal which leads from the ovaries to the cloaca. Oviparous. From the Latin ovum, an egg, and pare, to bring forth. Animals that multiply by means of eggs are oviparous. End of section 10.
Glossary P through Z of the Elements of Ornithology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caillot. The Elements of Ornithology by William Ruschenberger. Glossary P through Z. Palleti, Latin, of the palate. Palmar, from the Latin palma, the palm of the hand, belonging or relating to the palm. Also applied to the feet of web-footed birds. Palmate, having a membrane betwixt the toes, giving the foot a remote resemblance to the palm. Palmipeds, from the Latin palma, palm, and pes, in the genitive pedis, a foot. Systematic name of web-footed birds. Pancreas, from the Greek pan, all, and krios, flesh, that is, quite fleshy, a gland deeply seated in the abdomen, which resembles the salivary glands in its structure, and has been called the abdominal salivary gland. Pancreatic, belonging to the pancreas. Pandion, generic name of the ospreys. Papa, specific name of a vulture. Papilla, Latin, a nipple, a name given to small eminences which appear to be formed by the ultimate expansion of the vessels and nerves. Papillae, plural of papilla. Papillated, covered with papillae. Paradisea, generic name of the birds of paradise. Parus, generic name of the tids. Passerinae, from the Latin passer, a sparrow, the systematic name of migratory birds. Passerine, birds, birds of passage. Patagonica, Latin, belonging or relating to Patagonia. Pavo, Latin, a peacock. Pecten, Latin, a comb, the name given to a folded membrane situated in the back part of the eye in birds, destined to regulate the focal distance between the crystalline lens and the sentient surface of the retina. Pectinate, foot, from the Latin pecten, a comb, toes fringed like the teeth of a comb. Pectoral, from the Latin pectus and the genitive pectoris, the chest, the breast, belonging or relating to the chest. Pelagica, Latin, belonging or relating to the sea. Pelicanus, Latin, a pelican. Pelvis, Latin, a basin, the name of the bony structure at the lower part of the trunk, which forms the inferior boundary of the abdomen, gives support or plays a foundation to the spinal column, and affords points of articulation for the thigh bones constituting the hip joint. Peninsula, from the Latin pene, almost, and insula, an island. Land almost surrounded by water and connected to a continent by a neck of land. Penultimate, from the Latin pene, almost, and ultimus, the last, that which is immediately next to the last. Percnoptery, the plural of Percnopterus. Percnopterus, from the Greek perknos, spotted, and pteron, wing, systematic name of certain vultures. Pernis, from the Greek pernes, a certain bird of prey, the generic name of the honey buzzards. Petrel, the diminutive of Peter, the name of a web-footed bird that seems to walk on the water. Petrus, from the Greek petra, a rock, a stone, a part of the temporal bone which contains the internal organs of hearing, is so called from resembling a stone in hardness. Phaeton, from the Greek phaethon, brilliant, generic name of the tropic bird. Phalacrocorax, from the Greek phalakros, bald, and corax, a raven, the systematic name of the cormorants, which later name is a corruption of the French word corbeau marin, sea crow. Phalanges, the plural of phalanx. Phalanx, from the Greek phalanx, a file of soldiers, the bones composing the fingers and toes. They are named first, second, and third phalanges. Phalaropus, from the Greek phalaris, a coot, and pous, foot, having the lobed feet of the coots, systematic name of the Phalaropes. Phalaenae, from the Greek phalaina, a moth of the kind that flutter about lamps, systematic name of a family of insects. Phasianus, from the Greek phasianos, a pheasant, so called from the river Phasis in Colchis, near the Black Sea, the systematic name of the pheasants. Phaenicopterus, from the Greek phoinis, red, and pteron, wing, red-winged, the generic name of the flamingo. Pica, Latin, a magpie. Picus, Latin, a woodpecker. Pictus, Latin, painted, speckled, spotted. Pilaris, Latin, belonging to anything round, the specific name of a thrush. Pinion, the joint of the wing remotest from the body. Pinnate, foot, having the edges of the toes scalloped or notched as in the coots. Pintado, Spanish, mottled, generic name of the guinea fowl. Piscivorous, from the Latin piscis, a fish, and vorare, to eat, fish-eating. Applied to animals that feed on fish. Platellea, Latin, formed from the Greek platus, flat, the generic name of the spoonbills. Plotus, from Greek pluo, I swim, the generic name of the darters. Plover, from the Latin pluvia, rain, a bird so called from making its appearance in the rainy season. Plumage, from the Latin pluma, a soft feather, the feathery coat of a bird. Plume, feather of a bird. Podiceps, the generic name of the grebes. Polygamous, from the Greek polus, many, and gamos, marriage. When animals do not live in pairs, but on the contrary, an individual is united to several of the opposite sex, they are said to be polygamous. Polyglottus, from the Greek polus, many, and glossa, tongue, many-tongued, specific name of the mocking-bird. Pratensis, Latin, belonging or relating to a meadow. Prehensile, endowed by the power of seizing hold of, applied to certain parts. Prehension, from the Latin prehendere, to lay hold of. The prehension of elements consists in laying hold of and conveying food into the mouth. Presserostres, from the Latin pressus, pressed, and rostrum, beak, systematic name of a family of Grallatoriae. Prey, food gotten by violence. Primaries, primary quills, the largest feathers of the wings. Procellaria, from the Latin procella, a great tempest at sea, systematic name of the petrels. Prognostic, from the Greek pro, before, and ginosko, I know, I judge. A conjecture or opinion of what is yet to happen. Projectile, from the Latin projicere, to throw in advance or to a distance. Any heavy body thrown into the air, and abandoned to the action of its own weight. That which is capable of being cast or thrown forward, having the power of sudden extension. Protractile, capable of being drawn out or extended. Proventriculus, from the Latin pro, before, and ventriculus, a little stomach. The second stomach of birds. Psittacus, from the Greek psittacos, a parrot. Systematic name of parrots. Psophia, from the Greek psophia, I make a noise. Systematic name of the trumpeters. Pulverator, from the Latin pulverare, to cover with dust. Applied to those birds that wallow in the dust. Pygargus, from the Greek puge, behind, and argos, white. A bird of prey with a white tail. Pylorus, from the Greek pule, a gate, and oros, a guardian. The lower or right orifice of the stomach. Pyrgita, generic name of the sparrows. Pyrrhula, generic name of the bullfinches. Quiscalus, generic name of the blackbirds. Radius, Latin, a spoke, so called from its shape, one of the bones of the forearm. Rallus, generic name of the rails. Rhamphestos, from the Greek rhamphos, a beak. Generic name of the toucans. Rapaces, from the Latin rapax, ravenous, devouring. Systematic name of the order of birds of prey. Rectrices, from the Latin rectrix, a governess. The long feathers of the tail which serve to steer the bird. Recurviostra, from the Latin recurvo, I bend back, and rostrum, beak. Systematic name of birds whose beaks are curved upwards. Regimen, diet. Regulus, Latin, diminutive of rex, a king, a wren. Regurgitate, the return of food to the mouth after it has been once swallowed. Religiosa, Latin, religious. Remiges, the strong feathers of the wings. Reticulated, in the form of the meshes of a net, made of network. Retractile, having the quality of being drawn back. Rhea, specific name of an ostrich. Rhynchops, from the Greek rhynchos, beak, a snout. The systematic name of the skimmers. Rodentia, from the Latin rodere, to gnaw. The systematic name of an order of mammals. Roitelet, French, diminutive of roi, king, a wren. Ruber, Latin, red. Rubicula, specific name of the stone chat. Rufous, Latin, reddish yellow. Rubicula, from the Latin rupes, the genitive rupes, a rock, and colere, to inhabit. Generic name of cocks of the rock. Rustica, Latin, rustic, belonging to the country. Rusticula, specific name of the woodcock. Sarcoramphus, from the Greek sarx, in the genitive sarkos, flesh, and rhamphe, knife, cutting flesh like a knife. Generic name of a kind of vulture. Saxicula, from the Latin saxus, a rock, and colere, to inhabit. Systematic name of a genus of warblers. Scansoriae, formed from the Latin scando, I climb. Systematic name of the order of climbing birds. Scapula, the shoulder blade. Scapulars, scapularis, the feathers that take their rise from the shoulders and cover the sides of the back. Scolopax, from the Greek skolopax, a snipe. Generic name of the snipe. Scops, from the Greek scope, an owl. The systematic name of an owl. Scotellated, legs, formed from the Latin scutum, a shield, having the tarsi covered with scaly plates. Secondaries, those quill that rise from the second bones of the wing. Sedentary, not migratory. Serpentarius, Latin, belonging or relating to serpents. specific name of the secretary or serpent bird. Serrated, from the Latin serra, a saw, notched or toothed like a saw. Sita, from the Greek sito, I cry, generic name of the nuthatches. Somateria, systematic name of the eider. Sterna, systematic name of the terns or sea swallows. Sternum, the breastbone. Strix, Latin, an owl. Struthio, from the Greek struthion, an ostrich. Systematic name of the ostrich. Sturnus, Latin, a starling. Styloid, from the Greek stulos, a style, a peg, a pin, and eidos, resemblance, shape. Shape like a peg or pin. Subbuteo, from the Latin sub, under, next, after, and buteo, a kind of hawk. Specific name of a falcon. Submaxillary, from the Latin sub, under, and maxilla, jaw. That which is beneath the jaw. Sula, from the Greek sula, plunder, booty. Generic name of the boobies. Sylvia, generic name of certain warblers. Syndactylae, from the Greek syn, together, and dactylos, toe, having the toes joined. Systematic name of a family of passerine birds. Cernium, from the Greek cernion, an owl. Systematic name of the hooting owls. Tachypetes, from the Greek tachus, swift, and petomai, to fly. Systematic name of the frigate bird. Talon, the claw of a bird of prey. Tanagra, systematic name of the tanagers. Tarda, Latin, slow, tardy. Tarsi, plural of tarsus. Tarsus, from Greek tarsos, any row, the sole of the foot. The posterior part of the foot, which, in man, consists of 7 bones and forms the heel and instep. Tactiform, from the Latin tectum, roof of a house, and forma, form, roof-shaped. Tegumentary, from the Latin tegumen, a covering, belonging or relating to the tegument or skin. Tenury rostris, from the Latin tenuis, slender, and rostrum, beak, systematic name of a family of passerine birds. Tetrao, Latin, a bustard, systematic name of a grouse. Tetrax, Greek, systematic name of the bustard. Thorax, from the Greek thorax, the chest. It is bounded posteriorly by the vertebrae, laterally by the ribs and scapula, anteriorly by the sternum, above by the clavicle, and below by the diaphragm. It is destined to lodge and protect the chief organs of respiration and circulation, the lungs and heart. Thoracic, belonging to the thorax. Tibia, Latin, a flute. The largest bone of the leg is so called. Ticodroma, systematic name of certain creepers. Torda, specific name of a kind of auk. Torquilla, from the Latin torqueo, I writhe, I twist. Systematic name of the wryneck. Totipalmatae, from the Latin totus, the hole, and palma, the palm. Systematic name of a family of web-footed birds. Trachea, from the Greek trachus, rough, and arteria, an artery which is formed from air, and terrain, to keep, the canal which conveys the air to the lungs, the windpipe. Transient, cutting. Tristis, Latin, sad, sorrowful. Trochilus, systematic name of the hummingbirds. Troglodytes, from the Greek trogle, cavern or hole, and dao, I enter, systematic name of the wrens. Trunk, the body without including the head or extremities, the proboscis of an elephant. Truncated, cut short, cut abruptly or square off. Tubercle, from the Latin tuber, a knot, a small knot or projection. Turdus, Latin, a thrush. Tyrannus, Latin, a tyrant. Ulna, the bone of the forearm which forms the prominence of the elbow during the flexion of that joint. Ulnar, relating to the ulna. Ulula, Latin, an owl. Umbellus, Latin, specific name of the ruffed grouse. Upupa, Latin, a hoopoe. Orbica, Latin, belonging or relating to a city. Ureter, the tube or canal which passes from the kidney to the bladder. Aurea, generic name of the guillemot. Urogallus, specific name of the great heathcock. Valesneria, generic name of an aquatic plant, channel weed, upon which the canvasback ducks feed, and to which the peculiar and delicious flavour of their flesh is said to be attributable. The specific name of the canvasback duck. Vanillus, generic name of the lapwing. Velum, Latin, a veil. Ventricle, the second stomach of a bird is so called. Versicolor, Latin, changing colour, of various colours. Vertebra, from the Latin vertere, to turn. This name has been given to each of the bones which, by their union, form the vertebral or spinal column, vulgarly called the backbone. Vertebrae, the plural of vertebra. Vertebral, belonging or relating to vertebrae. Vertebrata, animals that possess vertebrae, the first branch of the animal kingdom. Vertebrate, having vertebrae. Vestibule, from the Latin vestibulum, vestibule, a room at the entrance of an edifice which only serves as a passage to other apartments. The first part of the second cavity of the ear is so called. Vibrissae, hairs that stand forward like feelers. In some birds they are slender, as in flycatchers, etc., and point both upwards and downwards from both the upper and under sides of the mouth. Virginiana, Virginianus, Latin, belonging to Virginia. Viscera, the plural of viscous. Viscous, any bowel or entrail or internal part, as the heart, liver, lungs, pancreas, etc. Viscerorus, systematic name of a thrush. Vociferous, Latin, vociferous, noisy, crowing. Vultur, Latin, a vulture. Vulturinus, Latin, belonging or relating to a vulture. Wattle, the loose red flesh that hangs below a cock's bill. Yunx, from the Greek iunx, the wryneck, generic name of the wrynecks. Zoological, belonging or relating to zoology. Zoology, from the Greek zoon, an animal, and logos, a discourse. That part of natural history which treats of animals. Zygodactyly, from the Greek zygos, a balance, and dactylos, a toe, a systematic name of the order of climbers. End of glossary. End of The Elements of Ornithology by William Ruschenberger.